Hello, everyone. It's me, Andrew. I'm here in my home in lovely Ligonier, Pennsylvania. Hopefully, y'all are doing well. Let me adjust some of these things real quick. Banners. Got the ticker at the bottom. We're not ready for that yet. Hopefully, y'all are doing well tonight. Sorry that I'm a little bit late. I was shaving my head, and of course, because it's Mercury in retrograde, the battery gave out about halfway through. And I had plugged it in to charge it, but I guess the plug had come loose. So, yeah, the battery wasn't fully charged. So I went to start shaving my head, and it gave out. And as I feel in the back, I must have missed some spots because I was trying to rush it. Oh, wow. We're here now, and that's what matters. So hopefully y'all are having a good day so far. It's Wednesday, March 19th. Tomorrow is the spring equinox. Are y'all ready? I am. Technically, it's tonight or tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. around there, the official time. But yeah, so um, we've been busy, busy, busy. I've been working on a new series. Um, I'm still trying to save up for some extra copper to work on. And so I thought it might be good to do a series to generate a little bit extra income for that. And yeah, so not only that, but I've been trying to kind of uh, paint on a regular basis. And so it's good to kind of go back and forth and kind of incorporate both my painting and collage and my enamel work. I think it's super healthy to do that because it kind of informs your kind of design process. And there are things that you learn doing other things that you won't necessarily learn doing some things. So it's nice like that. So, anyways, if you watched last night, we had fun. We kind of had a random night. And one of the things that we did last night is we threw in a couple of mixed lots. And those are kind of a throwback to when we used to do the D stash. I mean, we still do the D stash, but one of the things we used to do when we first started the D stash is do these kind of mixed lots. Um, and so we were talking about the D stash a lot yesterday, and I was like, "Wow, let me throw a couple of those in," and people seem to really like them. So we're gonna start. Uh, so that inspired me for today, and we'll have a mixed lot later this evening. So if you stick around later, we'll be doing some mixed lots, and I'm gonna try to get them nice prices for y'all. So. And if there's anything that you're looking for or any specific color combinations, let me know. And as I'm kind of pulling and gathering stuff, I'll, keep an eye out for y'all. Let's see who is watching. Susie's watching. Howdy, Susie. Angela's watching. She says, "Hi, hey, Andrew. Sunset is beautiful over the river." Oh, I bet. I bet. It was a beautiful day today. It was just gorgeous. So I'm very thankful for that. William was up at the cottage and I was here at the house working. He had some bunny drama, which kind of inspired me to do what I'm going to do today. And you'll see that in a minute. But um, yeah, so these bunnies just appeared out of nowhere and started hanging out by the van, where our minivan in front of the cottage. And they were not wild rabbits. They were definitely a domesticated rabbit. And they're super cute. And we're like, what are we gonna do? And mom's like, well, I can't drive off. If I drive off, I'm gonna scare them. And we're by a kind of busy roads, so he didn't want them to get hit on the roads. So um, luckily, we found the owners. They're our neighbors, and he actually got to meet our neighbors, which we haven't done before. We kind of just wave, we keep to ourselves most of the time. Um, but he got to meet the neighbors there, and apparently their bunnies had gotten out a couple days ago, and they had been looking for them, and they just ended up over at our place. And so they got one of them, but the other one darted underneath the cottage. And apparently, one of the neighbor children crawled under the building, which we have snakes there. So I don't know if I would personally be doing that. But yeah, so, anyways, he went under there trying to get it, but it was kind of in there a little bit too deep. Um, so no, so one got apprehended, the other one didn't. So they left a net so that if we see it, then we can scoop it up. So that was kind of, uh, uh, you know, not something that we deal with normally. But it was nice for William to meet the neighbors finally, and help them get one of their pets. That's one of those things like, what's going to be on my bingo card today? Who knows? Every day is different. So I've been working on a series of collages. It's been really cool to dig through some of my archive of materials. Some of these things I've been collecting and have been working on for over 20 years, which blows my mind to think of just how long I've been making art. And uh, it's nice to kind of revisit some of those things and make them fresh and new and rework them and use them. I was thinking of my grandma today and how she used to make these rag quilts. And so in the early days of when my grandma and grandpa had gotten together, they were cotton pickers, and so they would pick cotton. And so when he went to the war, which was shortly after they got married, um, she had to pick cotton and kind of was uh, I was going to say sole proprietor, but that's not the right way of phrasing that. But she was kind of on her own. And so she'd pick cotton, but she also worked in like a canning place and did odd jobs and stuff. And this is in the rural Ozark Mountains. And so um, she did that and would save up money, and they would buy cloth, and they had to make their own clothes. So she would make like clothes for her and the family. And when the clothes would wear out, or they'd been passed down and nobody could fit into them anymore, they would cut them up and turn them into quilts. And they had these, they called them crazy quilts, and there's all different kinds of pieces and parts of fabrics, and there's no real kind of design. Um, and it's a great way to use up scraps. And so that's one of the things that they would do. And one of the other things that was pretty cool about that kind of whole thing was that my grandma it wasn't just her that was doing this. So there were other people in the community who, they didn't have much money. So what they would do is they would trade clothing or swap clothing. And if somebody had like a fancy dress and they were like needed to go to a party or something, sometimes they'd lend it out to somebody, or, it was one of those things where it was real kind of close knit, and they would have like swaps of fabric scraps and stuff when they had their sewing circle. So they would trade this. And I remember one of the memories I had as a child is I would lay on this quilt and I would point to different pieces of fabric. and she would tell me stories about where that fabric had come from. So some of those stories were one of the ones I remember is one of her brothers. It was from a work shirt from one of her brothers, and so they they didn't just make quilts, they also made rugs, and they also, I mean, they used it a lot, like everything was used, so nothing went to waste because they grew she grew up during the Great Depression, so everything was used. um and so, and if it got too holey to be a quilt and they couldn't patch it up anymore, they'd use it for something else. So it was a continuous cycle. Um, and so, anyways, so one of the stories, which I thought was pretty cool, was I pointed to one of the little triangles, and my grandma was telling me about how it belonged to one of her brothers. And apparently, when he was a young man, he went off to war, and he met a woman, I think in Japan, and it was my great aunt Kay, and they got married, and he brought her over, and she was the first Asian American in our family, which I thought was, I never met her in because she had passed before I was born, but she kind of started the way for my mom, who came, later on, and even though they were kind of acclimatized to her. It was still really hard for my mom when she came over to this country. She came over during the civil rights movement. And so some of the stories, like she never talked about this stuff when we were little. But later she would tell us some stories. And it was really hard for her. And like my dad, when he was still alive, he would kind of sometimes contradict her, even though he wasn't there. And he was always trying to make it seem like everything was like, I guess, better than it was. But like some of the things that she had to go through just to survive, because he also was in the military and was sent all over places. And so she had to raise my brother pretty much by herself. In the early days of their marriage, and she didn't speak very much English, and there are very significant cultural differences. Um, like for example, like if somebody eats something and you don't offer to share it, it's a big kind of snub. And food is something that's kind of scarce there in the Philippines where she grew up. So it was kind of very, there's a lot of ceremony around it. I don't know if that's the right word or not, but there's a lot of like cultural significance about like sharing a meal, because it is something that is, it's a sign of hospitality. And if you don't like invite somebody to eat when you're eating, it's like a really bad like snub. And so she was trying to navigate those things, and not always understanding that things are a little bit different here, and people just going to do what they're going to do, and you kind of have to, you know acclimatize to that. But anyway, so it's just interesting that how those quilts had become kind of, in a way, a family history. And whether you knew the stories behind those pieces or not, I think that still added value and kind of richness. Um, and it made them really unique. So, like those quilts, there were never two that were exactly the same, because they were all made up of different things and pieces and what they found, and what they had. And so when I'm making my collages, I also kind of do that, where I'll take pieces from before, and sometimes a long time ago, and I'll cut them up and remake them into something. And I think about the stories of the people that I've met over my life and the experiences I've had. And so it's nice to be able to be in this kind of liminal kind of space where you're thinking of the past, but you're also thinking of the future. And also, engaged in this flow process. I don't know if we've talked about this lately, but there's this idea of the flow mentality where your brain goes into this cycle where um, you're able to do things in a different way. um so anyways, so that's what I've been doing. How are y'all doing? Other Susie's watching, howdy. My beaded bliss is watching, howdy. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Like I said earlier, if you didn't catch the very beginning, I apologize for being a little bit late. I was shaving my head, and and Lennis is watching. Hi, Lennis. I was shaving my head, and I had plugged the trimmer in last night so it would have a full charge. And when I went to go do that, the battery died, and I realized that the plug must have come loose. So it did not get fully charged up. And so I had to wait for it. And I was just feeling on the back, and it feels like I'm gonna have to run over it again because there's a little tuft. So it's like a monchichi back there. It's hard to stop petting it. But anyway, so that's why I was a little bit late today. And if you didn't hear, William had some interesting times with finding the rabbits at the cottage, and they were super cute. I was like, are we gonna be? Does that mean we have rabbits now? Because we didn't know they belonged to the neighbors. So sometimes people they kind of abandon pets and stuff. And like the other day, somebody was talking about how there was like a whole litter of puppies that somebody just kind of threw in the trash, which kind of breaks my heart to hear that. Um, but anyway, so people sometimes like drop off pets. And so I didn't know if that was the situation. Then this is Monchichi. Yeah, that's straight up Monchichi. I'd turn around, but I don't want to show it off. But it is very fuzzy. This little fuzzy patch. I kind of like it, which is not a good thing, I guess. But anyway, um, so I was like, are we gonna be rabbit owners now? Like I conceptually love rabbits, but they're kind of mean and they destroy stuff. So um that um that's not always ideal. And there are lots of little stories about my childhood with rabbits and stuff, but I still have scars on my arm from when I was trying to hold this rabbit and it butt kicked me, and it has sharp claws on the feet, and it then gouged the heck out of my arm. But anyways, Anna's watching. Howdy, Anna. So folks are trickling in. Those rabbits were cute. And I don't know if they are pets or if they're breeding them for meat, or if they're breeding them for their fur or what, or if they just have them. But they were cute. So anyways, let's see. If you're watching, say hello. And yeah, it's always nice to see where people are tuning in from. Most of y'all, I know y'all already. But, in case you're lurking and haven't said hello yet, yeah. So anyways, so we'll do some mixed lots later on tonight. We did some last night. If you didn't get a chance to see those, please do, because it's always nice to kind of refresh stuff. There's a lot of lampwork glass beads that didn't get claimed. So if you're into lampwork glass, artisan lampwork glass beads, then there you go. Unfortunately, some of the makers I've forgotten over time. I have suspicions on who made what and when and where, but some of that stuff I've lost over the years. And then some of it, like people would, like I got a bunch of stuff and like buyouts and things, and I was like, I don't know where this came from. And so there's that. So, generally speaking, if they were labeled and all that, they're much more like collectible. You know, people collect stuff. Um, all right. I'm going to flip this around and then we'll get started. We can still talk. In fact, that's the best thing to do with this process that I'm going to show y'all. So you're going to see the ceiling for a little bit. All right, this, I don't know why it goes to mirrored. I was like, who wants that? All right, so I've got, let me put on some light so you can all actually see what I'm doing. I'll clean the lens. William always tells me that I never clean the lens on my phone. So there you go. I cleaned it. And I've got a couple different things that I've got going on. Let me get the other light. All right. So I started working on this kind of bunny rabbit baby, and I worked on it and worked on it, and then I kind of gave up. And it's not because, you know, I just wasn't into it at the time. So I was determined to finish working on it. And I figured that we could take some time and I could talk to you about the process. And I'm by no means an expert at this kind of skill. But you know, the more you do, the better you get at it. So when I'm gonna be, a lot of it's gonna be talking. So anyway, so here's the little baby body. And if you can imagine this, and I go over stuff, like I'm not afraid to stitch over things. Like some people, they want it all one level. I don't care if it's like bumpy or raised. I actually try to get bumpy or raised surfaces. So some of this is to outline the shapes. And then some of this we have to think in terms of highlights and shadows. So wherever there's like a highlight spot, there'll be a bright spot. Bright spot, bright spot. So you're gonna see I'm gonna try to aim the light colored beads here. And then wherever there's kind of like subtle shadows or like the fleshy parts, like knees, sometimes fingers get kind of pink, you know, the extremities, they get like a light pink color. And then because this is like kind of soft shadows, I'm working with tones of like violet and like pale. So it's not all just one color. So in a way, it's kind of like painting, but you're just painting with seed beads instead. And that's the cherry. So I'm going to be using 6 pound fire line. Um, and I had to bust out a new spool because I couldn't find the old one, but that's all right. I'll still use this. I don't like to have too many going, especially if we could sell it in the shop. But if you need it, you need it, right? So I like to work with a wingspan. So a wingspan is one length of your arm and one length of your torso, and that's a wingspan. If you get longer than that, sometimes what happens is it gets uh, tangled. So I don't want to tangle up anything. So this was from a different project, so you'll just have to ignore that for a while. Though I may use some of those green ones in the carrot top. Now, since this is kind of a free for all, and it's not like a design that has like a regimented plan, I string this up. This one our scissors are super hard to find sometimes, so that was a little bit tricky to string that because I try to cut it with these ones, these school scissors from the old times, and they did not want to cooperate. Now, one thing I should also talk about is we look at how the shape and flow of how you're laying down your beads. And so what I'm doing now is I'm tying a knot on the end of my thread. And since I'm working with a lighter color and I'm working with a white lacy stiff stuff background, I am using the crystal 6 pound fire line. And that's super useful because it blends right in and you can't see it. Now, if I was using the black one, I would use the smoke colored, unless I was working with transparent beads for some reason, because sometimes the transparent will, or sometimes the smoke will make the color of the bead look different. Now, another thing to be careful of is if you're going to do a design with a lot of white in it, if you use smoke, sometimes the dye that they use for the thread will come off on stuff, and it can, then you have to clean the beads after, which is kind of a pain when you've got other stuff to do. So I just have like these random bags of different kinds of seed beads. And so I'm just going to find a spot. So let me see. I'm going to come up. The cool thing about this is that you can kind of see through it if you hold it up to the light. So that way, if you get stuck, like where do you put the needle kind of thing, you can hold it up to the light and see where you're poking it. Now, some of it's easy. You just string it up. So I've got all different kinds of colors on here. And then I kind of push them down. And then I lay them out like this. And then I look at it. So does that look good? If it looks good, then I will tack it down by going into the bead, into the lacy stiff stuff. Well, this needle is dull as can be. Now, when you're putting the needle in, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I'm not going directly up against. I'm not going directly up against the beads. I've come about a millimeter in. And the reason why is that what's happening is that when you put it in like this, it doesn't go underneath the other beads. So then I kind of backtrack up and I'll push this a couple of beads back. See how that's coming? And then pull the tension. And see how that's coming up in between the rows? You just kind of split that and then go through the beads. Oh, Julie's here. She says, "Hi, you're such a multi-talented artist, Andrew. Thank you." I don't know what the heck I'm going to do with this bunny baby, but I liked it, or I like the idea of it. So anyways, this is how you start your row. And then I'm going to, there really should have been more of a shadow underneath here and not so much of this. But I'm going to do, I'm going to come up, and that's kind of nice to have the bright against the dark, but this is probably should have been more of a shadow. So I may go back over this with some of the, like the purples, and then I'll come up and do that. But since I'm thinking of that now, I'm just going to do it. Who remembers this? We made some gel prints and then made some paper beads out of them. Remember that? And then that's a straw. Anyways. Let's see. Some of these are some old beads. I kind of like this. This is kind of a, they're delicas. Oh, that's why they're separated. They're all delicas. I was like, why are these separated different? So this is kind of a mauvey AB finish. The mauve, sometimes the purples can kind of look a little bit brown. I don't know if that's like a me thing or if that's like a real thing. I think it's because they use manganese for their purple, and manganese can also be used to make bronze colors and browns when it comes to like glaze science. So maybe that's why. I don't know. Anna says, "We are all witnesses to you cleaning the lens when William asks." See? Because sometimes he comes in and he says, "I didn't do it, but I did it." All right. So this is kind of, I mean, it's neat, but it's not like I'm doing jumping jacks or anything fun. I mean, that's not the right word. It's one of those things that it's not really, it's more of a demo in the sense that I can't really teach you to do this. So it's not really a tutorial. But it kind of gives you an idea of how this is made. So if you want to try it, maybe start with more of a less complex shape. But I really love embellished surfaces, and that's one of the reasons why I like bead weaving. And this particularly is nice because you don't actually have to think. All right, so here's where I'm gonna have some kind of issues. So see how those purple ones, they go over those yellows. I don't necessarily want that to happen. So I kind of measure it out and then I'll pull this out. Now, whenever you are taking beads off, you use the butt of the needle to go out. And I know that sounds probably like self-explanatory, but if you try to like just pull it off, that's one thing. I mean, I guess you could, but there's a lot of times that you can get really tangled up and create knots. And then knots with this stuff is real difficult to take out. So just be mindful of that. So I am sewing this in, and then I'm going to come up and I'm going to backtrack a little bit. And you can kind of guesstimate by looking at the stitches on the back. You can kind of see. And you don't always have to do it every single row. There are every single block of beads you put down. It does create a little bit more of a sturdy finish. If you just go in and out of these things, it for one, you won't necessarily get you won't get there'll be a gap in between your beads if you don't back stitch. But also sometimes the beads can be real loosey goosey on the top. And then if they get caught, I mean, I'm probably not going to wear, I don't know what I'm doing with this, but if it gets caught, you don't want it to all your work come undone. So now I've got a little crease there, and I don't know if I'm going to dress it or not, but um, I might. So I've got this. I've kind of got this orangey color, and I may fill in that little section with this orangey color. Now, the other thing is there's a technique called cast shadow. Now, when you are talking about cast shadow, there is an artist who's working right now. Her name is Lisa Gearston, and she works on these, I think they're aluminum, but she makes these clouds and out of aluminum sheet metal, and then paints the backs of them with these bright fluorescent colors. And then when they stand up off the wall, what happens is what's called a cast shadow. So when you have a bright color or different colors, they reflect off onto white surfaces or light colored surfaces. So with her pieces, when they're lit, they look like they're glowing almost like with neon, but there's no electricity. I mean, besides the light that's being shown on them, but they're not like hooked up with LEDs or anything. So I think that's pretty cool. And it's something that you can just kind of experiment with on your own steam to kind of see about cast shadows. You know, everybody, when they think of shadows, they think of just black. Not everybody, but you know, a lot of times people just think, oh, black. Shadow means black. And yeah, you know, there's a reason why people think that. But also, the cool thing is that you can make shadows with all different colors. So it doesn't have to be straight up black to have a nice kind of shadow effect. So there's that. So I thought I would work on this until William got here. And then that way, um, you know, once he gets there here, it's easier for me to pull stuff because then I can kind of commit to it and get in the zone. So, anyways, the reason why I was talking about that is sometimes your shadows, you can make purple shadows, you can make orange shadows. And the other thing I'm going to talk about is kind of the tonal value of skin. It changes. And so sometimes, like, you know, it's not just one color. So sometimes they're like a lot of times with like a pale person, they may have like tones of blue and green. Um, and sometimes, you know, with warmer skin tones, there's like an undertone of reds and dark brown. And so it's kind of fun to think about that we're living in such a colorful world, even if it doesn't seem like it sometimes. Now, if it gets caught like this, that is something to be mindful because if you start stitching and then you keep going and you don't redo it, then it can kind of cause a problem later. So I do want a color that's kind of similar. I have a little bit of this, so I'm going to use that. What are y'all working on? Are y'all working on anything interesting or fun? Let us know. Um, I would be remiss in not talking about the Creative Make-Along. That's happening this Friday. So we get together and folks kind of hang out and work on stuff. And, if some people really like it. I remember one person, they said that they don't really get a chance to work very often, but they always try to work during the Creative Make-Along. And so sometimes that's the only time they have to do that. So I thought that was really nice. And it says, I'm working on a multi-strand bracelet. Oh, good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of jump down to here, and that's not it. All right. And what I'll do from here is I'll try to add some more of the kind of fleshy color. So I don't know if I brought that kind of topaz color. Now, the other thing is you don't have to use all the same size seed beads to do this. You could do this with much bigger beads. And I have done that where I've worked with pearls and all kinds of stuff. If it helps sell the image in your mind, use whatever you can. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to use this orange. So, is anybody else working on anything interesting? And I think this is very meditative, just like stringing. Stringing is one of my favorite things to do. And it helps center my mind, and I'm able to kind of go into a flow state. And I think it's all about kind of like asking questions and answering them, if that makes any sense. So, and you'd be surprised how much you can get done with just a few stitches. Sometimes we think that things have to be like super overly complicated, and sometimes they are, It depends on your like source material and things like that. But for the most part, um, you can kind of streamline things. And you'd be surprised. They call that an economy of form. And that's kind of like when you're using like a shape that fits that thing. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's basically not doing more work than you have to do. Like, for example, when they talk about like iconography and specific things like with marketing and stuff, like a brand that you see over and over, you can sometimes just see the colors of that specific brand and know exactly what they're talking about. So they don't even have to do a full-on symbol or full-on commercial or whatever. They just have enough information so that you can then make a decision and hopefully act upon it. So Vicky says, bead embroidery, cool. Yeah, you should be the one teaching this. If you didn't see Vicky, Vicky showed some work in progress the last creative make along we had, and Vicky was working on some the polar bears as kind of like a commentary on climate change, and it looked really cool. One of my teachers slash friends he goes to Antarctica, and I don't think that's where polar bears are actually, now that I opened my mouth and said that. But there's a residency that you can apply for, and it's straight up in the cold country. And you have to go out certain times of the year because other times you won't be able to um, get back in. So there you go. All right. So I'm working on kind of the shadows. Like I said, there isn't really a definitive science to this, or maybe there is, and I just don't know it. But it's kind of like you're using your eyes to figure out which things are important. And there's this crystal that I showed on my personal timeline. It has kind of a checkerboard pattern on the back. So when you look at it, everything you look through kind of looks pixelated. And one of the cool things about that is that, you get a little bit more exposure for things, and it's good to get the word out about projects that you're working on. So I think that's always so important. All right. So, anyways, Vicky says, I consider it high praise coming from you. Thanks. I'm not a real, I mean, I say this, but I wouldn't consider myself like an expert seed beater. Some folks, they are very, very expert level. I kind of just play around and figure out what I need to figure out to make what I need to make. But when I started the store, or when we started the store, we got a repair request for this purse, and it was this vintage old purse. Um, and the strap of the purse was all done in spiral stitch, and I did not know how to do it. So I took Dustin Windekin's book, Getting Started with Seed Beads, and I figured out how to do brick stitch. And then that's what I did. I fixed the purse, and it was kind of a pain to do it. And there's a lot of sections that were super damaged. And so it was a much bigger job than I thought it would be. Like, I thought I was just gonna have to fill in a couple beads, but I ended up having to like reinforce a lot of the beads in that thing before they came loose. So I did that for a while, and yeah. One of my other early teachers was this artist named Dottie Westerfelt. I found out, unfortunately, today that she'd passed away. I mean, she lived a long life. She was 95 when she passed. And yeah, so she taught me a lot of the seed bead basics. And she used to come in and teach at the shop. And it was, I think of her fondly because without her, I don't know if I would have, I probably would have done some more stitching, but I always think it's good to know what you're trying to sell. So, like I said, I am more of like a dabbler of this. So I'm not like expert level, but I do think a lot of it is kind of painterly. So I do like that aspect of this, is that it is a painterly process. And yeah. So did y'all get any of the A Day at the Beach kits? They're luxury or mystery boxes that we're working on that are kind of beach themed. Vicky said, bead embroidery is a good way to use a bead soup. Correct. Anna says, I think it's very meditative to do bead stitching. Yeah. When the patterns get too complicated and there's a lot of counting, then I kind of bow myself out. Because for me, I kind of like more of an organic process. I don't know what that says about me, but I tend to like things that are a little bit kind of funky. So my Beaded Bliss says, I want one, but need to wait till payday. Says Shell says, so if it's still available at that time, I'll pick one up. Oh, good. Are there any other kind of themed boxes that y'all might be interested in? Like, I don't know. One time we did a thing of vintage glass, but I only sold 2 of those, so I was surprised. Because you never know, like, what's gonna sell. At least I don't. I used to think, like, I would be like, oh, I know it's gonna sell, and then you spend all this money trying to bring it in, and then maybe you sell 1 or 2 something. My Beauty Bliss says, I grew up in Moorhead City, so I'm drawn to the beach themes. Oh, good. I don't know where that is. Where is that? I probably need to get some coffee. I've been running on steam lately. All right. I don't know if you can see it. I may have to go back through and add a little bit more dark to these. But for now, I think that's pretty good. My Beaded Bliss is Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. Oh, nice. All right. So I can show you how I need to get some other beads, some of my bigger beads, because I'm going to do some of the little baby rolls. And so I made a beaded bracelet that was random beads in brick stitch. It was really interesting process making this sections meet up. I was also self-taught with bead stitching book you mentioned. Vicky said, great texture, Andrew. Thanks. That's how I get most of the texture is changing up the beads. I may go over these like black parts to make them a little less, because that's like really dark. Either that or trace the whole thing in black at the end, because that's real dark, right? So you have all this real light and then this like black. Now I'm just fooling around. All right, let's see what other kind of fleshy colors. I just kind of grab stuff. Look how old this one is. That's Mill Hill Graphics Inc. I have a lot of different vintage seed beads, and some of these is all old. All right, so before I spill these everywhere, I'm gonna put this on my shirt and gently pull. And when I'm pouring them out, I don't like to pour a whole lot out, because then that's when you end up with like too many extras. I try not to spill out too much, because sometimes you don't need that many. And then you're like, oh, I need it. And then you end up with like a big mess that you have to clean up. So I try not to do that. There are some really cool, I don't know if like programs that can pixelate things. I don't use a program, but I know some people, they find a lot of value in it. But I think it's one of those things that it's a nice tool if you have it. And also, I don't know if you'll know this or not, but we can order seed beads in for you if we don't have them. So I know sometimes people think of us and they think of what they see on the lives. And yes, sometimes we have that kind of stuff, but a lot of times we can get, if we don't have, a lot of different other materials. So don't ever worry about that if we don't have it on our website or on a live. But if you are looking for something for later tonight, I have a couple, like I have a couple things that I want to show and I'll make a kit with. But a lot of these things, I don't know what I'm going to make. So it's good to have suggestions because it's always helpful to kind of get ideas as you go. But anyway, so today I worked on finishing up, and I'm not finished, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But I worked on some collages, and if you watched if you're on my Instagram, you see a lot more of that kind of, like I do updates. And I've been trying to be better at posting, because sometimes if I'm not taking a class, I don't post anything. I post it all on Patreon, or I don't know, or I don't post at all. And then I'm like, what did I do? I've been working with a business coach named Josie Lewis for my art, and it's been really interesting to see her feedback. I don't do nearly everything that she says because, for one, I don't have endless amounts of time. So that's the hardest part, is finding that kind of balance between like the social media stuff and then actually making things. Because like I can post all day, but here's the thing, I don't always have content to post. So there's that, you know. So you kind of just have to like do whatever, I guess. I don't know. Um no, she does offer different suggestions on how you can kind of create systems for yourself that make it easier to keep on a schedule, which I think is kind of useful. Um, and I'm trying to implement that for the business a little bit too, so that we have like a regular schedule again. I think when we were in the height of our growth, we had to have schedules because we would get so lost if we didn't have them. Like, I know for me, if I don't have a calendar um, or my idea book, then I'm sunk. But anyways, what I was talking about is we need, when we were kind of in our height of our growth in our business, we had a lot of schedules and stuff. And I was like, well, it's third Thursday. We know we're going to do this, this, and this. And so that was a really useful thing for me. And it was able to allow me to kind of like plan stuff better. And so I don't know where that kind of cream one went. It's somewhere in here. Um, Let me keep digging. This is all white. That's not that baby fat color. So I have a bunch of tubes that are like this, or bags of beads like this. And I have a feeling I made a palette of these different colors before. And I have a feeling that color may be somewhere else. at this point, which is fine. I'll just do something different. So, have are you all? Would you consider y'all? What would you consider yourself to be as a jewelry maker? A stringer or a bead weaver or a metalsmith or you don't know yet? I kind of do a lot of everything. And it drives some folks crazy because it's easier to market somebody who just does a couple of things. Michelle's watching. She says, "Hi, Andrew." Howdy, Michelle. Charlie's watching. She says, "Oh, that's a great rabbit. Thanks. I tried hard." But it's also a baby. See, it's got human legs and human arms, and it's cuddling that carrot so hard. Because why not? You know, somebody was saying some of my stuff was too weird. And you know what? Maybe it's too weird for them, but I don't care anymore. Like it used to bother me. I used to try to water stuff down, vanilla ice. And now I don't care. That person's not gonna buy my artwork anyway, so why does it matter what random Humperdinck thinks about your artwork? So, anyways, my beauty bliss says, I like the strange and unusual. Me too. I get bored if it's not weird enough. My beaded bliss says, I bead weave string, knot, wire wrap, macrame, dabble in lots of mediums. Oh, cool. Michelle says, is that the same rabbit you were working on before? Yeah, I set it aside, and I don't know if I don't think I ever did a demo of this like painting technique before, but I think I showed it and I was like, should I keep working on this? And people were like, yes, finish it. You must complete. You worked so hard on it already. And really, I mean, I don't want to say I don't work hard on this, but I don't really think of it as work too much. Like, there's other stuff that I do. It's 100% work. Is there are things that like I don't like to do. Maybe I'm just like I don't know. It feels more like work, but this is kind of just like I'm playing with beads. I don't really think of this as like a great hardship to do this, but it does take time, and so I don't have a lot of time a lot. So that's where sometimes it gets a little bit sticky because I would do all these things like this if I could, but a lot of times I have to do like kind of stuff that this is one of those things where you have to kind of squint and hold it back and squint, and if it looks right, like this seems too abrupt, like the color shift seems too abrupt for the shadow. So I may go over that with some beads just to kind of feather that out a bit. And um, that'll help, I think. And I also think what I'll do is um, I'll come up and I'll stitch these in better for one. And then I'll go around and kind of line it. Vicky says, I mostly do bead embroidery because it's the process is what matters to me. It's like therapy. I rarely make jewelry, but when I do, it's basic stringing. Yeah, I really like, there's a lot of things that I really enjoy to do, but I don't always make time to do it. Like, there's a lot of different things that I really like to do that I just don't do for some reason. And I know that, like, I don't know, I think I'm going to try to make more time in the future for that because I do think it's useful. Um, Charlie says, look at those details. LOL, love that it's a baby. And she said, your art style is fantastic. Much more interesting. Thank you. Michelle says, so I bead weave, string, make patterns, wire wrap a little, freestyle, not kumihimo, not sure what else. I do a lot, I think. And some people, it breaks their brain sometimes. But you know what? That's okay because I don't want to limit myself. And I really find value in having a lot of different things that interest me. And, when I was younger, I tried to fight it. Like, I would be like, I'm going to be a painter. And so, even if I didn't want to paint, I would force myself at the time I had a studio in Chelsea, and I would force myself to do it. And the stuff I made was butt ugly. And I'm not even exaggerating. I painted butts, and they were not attractive. And I think that's one of those things where it felt really forced, and, like, I don't know, it didn't seem authentic to me. I do think there's something to be said to having a art practice, and so that's something that I'm very interested in, is developing art practices. And the reason why I say that there's a difference in that is because the more you do something, the better you'll kind of get at it. It's not a secret. It's practice makes perfect, right? Sometimes you're lucky and you're like, they call it idiot savant. I'm not gonna call anybody an idiot, so there's that. But anyway, so sometimes I think it's so what I'm interested in is how to develop systems that can kind of foster growth and productivity, and not in kind of a kind of capitalist way of like, how much am I going to make, but like, I think of making artwork as kind of a spiritual practice, if you didn't notice that already. So I talk a lot about things like setting intentions and being mindful and all that good stuff. Oh, hi, William.
Hello, everybody.
We're just working on this rabbit.
I know, it looks good.
Thanks.
How's it going?
Where's
everyone?
your
I
things?
didn't finish.
Oh, well, that happens.
Yep, they're still on the shelf, waiting to go in for the next one.
What did you do today?
I trimmed 5 pieces.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, and then I glazed 2 more. So I have, I think, 5 going into the glaze.
Nice.
So we'll see how they come out.
I'm sure they'll look
I'm
nice.
experimenting.
So I kind of told them the bunny story of today.
Oh, yes.
But I wasn't there, so.
So I was leaving the cottage after packing and shipping today, and I walk out, and this gigantic rabbit comes around the side of the van, and it startled me. It was giant, and I said, "This is not an outside rabbit.
It's chonky.
It's very big. Even its neck was chunky. Like, it was just a big rabbit." And then
Did they say why they have the rabbits?
No.
Is that pet, or
I think
is
they're
it
pets? Yeah.
They're not for food?
I don't think so. I think they're pets. And so then the other one came out from under the van, and there were 2 of them.
There's a whole party. At first, I was looking at the pictures because he didn't say there was 2 of them, he just sent me these pictures of these rabbits, and I was like, what is this? And then I realized I was kind of trying to match up the spots because it looks similar.
Uh-huh.
And then I realized there were two because I was like, where is it? I thought it was lighter on this one side.
Yeah. So I immediately, because that's what we do around here, I posted in some of our Facebook groups to say, did anyone lose their family pets because they're here on our property up the street? And some people were talking, and somebody was like, well, if you don't find them, I'll take them. And somebody's like, you got to please find something for them. They're going to get eaten by a fox or a hawk. And I'm like, I know all this, but I'm trying to find. No, I didn't say that, but that's why I was posting, because I'm like, I can't let them here by themselves because they're like pets and they're going to be endangered to be out here.
I said, are we rabbit owners
Yeah,
now?
and he's like, are we rabbit owners now? And they kept sniffing the door of the van, and I was like very tempted to try to open the door of the van to see if they would go in.
Oh boy.
But then I was like, then we're gonna have, I looked around and it was like all these rabbit pellets all over. And
that's good for fertilizer.
Well, there's a lot of them there. They must have been out there for a while munching down.
I hope they were not eating they don't eat daffodils, do they?
I don't think so. They were eating grass.
I was like, oh heck no.
No, they were eating grass in the driveway, like right around the van. They kept staying around the van because I think they felt it was safe, because when traffic would come down the road, they'd go under it. So I'm posting in these groups, and nobody's really talking about like they know anybody missing rabbits. And the neighbors next door, who we've never met yet, officially, we've waved, and that's about it. The guy comes over with his two kids, and he's like, you haven't happened to, and I said, seen two rabbits? And he's like, yeah. And I said, they're here right now. And I thought they had just lost them, but apparently they had been lost for a few days. They'd gotten out. I guess one of them goes outside in the yard, but they usually it stays close to the yard. So they tried letting the other one out in the yard, and I guess they went on an adventure together.
If a hawk picks that one up, it's gonna get hernia.
I know, they were big, they were chunky.
Did you ask them about why they got a survey?
No, I didn't figure that maybe was the time. I was like,
I mean, like, are you gonna put up a fence? Is that what you're doing to protect a rabbit sanctuary?
Right. So they I finally met him, and
that's nice.
Yeah, they seem very nice, and I was very concerned because one of the rabbits they caught, they have a net that they catch them with, I guess, and it was under the van, like out of arms, exactly in the middle of the van, out of arm's reach from both of us on the sides. And I was petting it, and it was staying there, but it wouldn't move. So they got the net and they pulled that one out, and the other one ran under the foundation of the cottage. There's a little tiny hole, probably about 5 by 5 inches on that side, which is like a ventilation hole, and the rabbit dove through it. And so it's living its best life right now under the foundation. And we couldn't get under there. There's another bigger hole for people on the other side, but there's a cinder block wall that goes between to support the middle of the cottage. So it was on the other side of that cinder block wall. And
you said the child went underneath there?
The child tried to. I don't know how far they got, because I was on the other side looking when they were doing that.
And I miss all my rabbits. We've had 3. They just don't live long, prone to cancer. Most are very smart, can be trained to use a cat bin with wood pellets. I like rabbits, but sometimes they can be mean as all get out.
These ones seemed very nice.
Oh yeah?
The one let me pet it. They were scared of me, but they were still pretty docile. But I think they were they'd been out for 3 days. So yeah, so the one is still was under the cottage, and I said, feel free to hang out and See if you can get it or if it comes out at night. They were talking about maybe bringing the cage out with some food or bringing the other one out there in a cage
to lure it.
out. So, but yeah, so that was my day. I was late to pottery class because I was trying to find owners of rabbits.
Oh boy.
And then trying to chase a rabbit out from under the building. But it was good. They were cute.
Lena says the small Dutch rabbits are mean, not the others in my experience if they're socialized. That could also be it, because the people that I know who had the rabbit, they kind of neglected their pets.
Yeah, they were not.
And so they're
lovers necessarily.
Like they like to have animals, but their animals were kind of feral, even though they're so like they were like they had birds and they were all mean.
They were more collectors than owners.
Like take care of it.
Yeah, caretakers.
But anyways. So
yeah, because these rabbits didn't try to bite. They didn't try to. He said he's like they won't bite you. He's like they're nice.
But what about its little mouth? I'd be curious to look at its little mouth.
They were munching down on grass, that's for sure. They liked that fresh grass outside. Apparently, they had lots of pellets by the van.
Oh, great. That's not the first time I've noticed rabbit pellets though. Over there.
Well, that could be too, because there are wild ones around.
I wonder what the wild ones think. They're like,
who are these exotic creatures?
They're like, oh, look at this one showing off.
Yeah, because they were big white and black and white and brown.
Yeah.
So that was. I got to pet a rabbit today.
That's nice. You had your own petting zoo experience.
Oh, no.
I thought about going down, and then I was like, I'll probably scare the heck out of the rabbits.
Yeah, I couldn't start the van because I was worried that they would run, and then we'd never find them again. So I was trying to hang around to see if somebody owned them. And I was going to go knock on the neighbors, but because we'd never met them, and I didn't know if they were home, I thought that would be weird. Because I've never seen them with rabbits. They have dogs, but I've never seen them have rabbits outside.
Yeah, I don't know. We keep to ourselves, if you haven't noticed, and that's
a safety thing. Safety trauma response.
But also, it's just like, you don't. I don't know. If somebody doesn't make an effort to say hi to me, then I'm not going to make an effort to say hi to them. And that's probably not always the best way of thinking about it. But at the same time, I don't need to be like chained up in somebody's basement. So that's what I got to do today. I did this and I outlined from here over. So I don't know. My beaded list says effort is key, match energy. Yeah, I think it's one of those things like because I'm brown and I'm one of the only brown people in the area, I'm extra cautious about stuff because I'm not going to be like sniffing around somebody's yard and then, they have guns.
Yeah, you never know.
Because there are these kids, and I don't know if they know this or not, but they go around door to door and they sell like textbooks. And I did not know that people could have a job doing that because that seems like hard to me. Like how many kids how many kids actually get homeschooled that you need to buy your own textbooks? But anyway, so some of them were black and I was like, oh my gosh. And of course, in some of those local forums, there are people like putting warnings out about the suspicious people and how you have to be extra careful that you're going to get robbed. And it's like, just because they are not white doesn't mean that they're going to rob you.
Right.
And also, they got too many books to be running. So,
well, that, and they come with credentials, and if you really look them up, they're real. Like, it's all this stuff. They don't try to send these kids out into the world dangerously.
Mm-hmm.
Try to give them everything they can to prove who they are.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you get people like, I'm gonna get my guns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, that's anywhere you go. I mean, even when we were in New York, there are people like that.
Yeah.
So,
But luckily, there are a lot of people too that are like, they're just selling textbooks.
uh-huh.
Like, they're real. We see them every year.
I know. And some people act like it's new, and then every year they comment
Like,
about
they
it.
have never come to our house, and we still know that that could happen. Like, we've been here how many years? And
10.
and we know. So if you've lived here your whole life,
Then you should know.
you should know.
And then there's a school for, I'm gonna call them bad kids, but they're kids that have like, I don't know, they don't learn very well in school environments. So they get put in this place called Outside In, and they're like, oh, and the riots there. I was like, this not riots, y'all.
It's maybe some unruly kids, but
Uh-huh.
let's not make it a big
I mean,
riot.
people are gonna always try to make something sound bigger and meaner than it actually is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure some of those kids do have issues, and
My beaded bliss says a lot of my best friends have brown skin. I hate racial profiling. Yeah, it's a thing. Like one time I was walking from my house to the store where it used to be, and this police officer rolled up, and he was kind of giving me a hassle, and I was like, what is he doing? I'm trying to go to the store. I got stuff to do. And he pulled up and he was kind of giving me a hassle. And then another police car came up because I guess he called for backup. And then he's like, what are you doing bothering the bead boy? And he's like, well, he looks suspicious. He's trying to get into that building. I say, yeah, because that's my store. And I was trying not to be, because I have the sassy time sometimes. And I try not to do that so I don't get in trouble. So I have to let Kurt hold it back. And then I was almost going to be say, if you actually went around to the different stores, maybe you would know. But I didn't say that because I didn't want to get shot in the face. So, but the one dude, he was dating one of our helpers, and at the time, and so he was like, yeah, they've been here for a long time, and he's on the board of this thing, and he does this stuff, and then you'll see him plant flowers and pull weeds for the weeders and seeders back when I used to do that. So anyways, but that was a learning moment for a lot of people that day, I guess. All right, so I'm gonna keep working on this off camera because this is taking a while, and I can't really, like, there's some beads that I want to grab that I didn't bring, and I just brought mostly 11s, and I have these big beads that I like to use as 6s and stuff for like really bright spots. I don't know if you can see that or not, but I'm gonna put some of those in here in the thigh, in them little thunder thighs. I'm gonna make them look plump. So I'm gonna come over here with the thread pattern. I'm gonna go like this. Make it a little round, little apple bottom baby. All right, William, you're up.
I'm up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So what else did you do today?
Packing and shipping. Packing and shipping.
Did you have fun?
It was okay. I got a lot done. I'm happy with my progress, and I also organized a little bit of the luxury bead blends that we have.
What? You organized something?
Well, as I was pulling them, I was actually like putting them where they need to be instead of where they have been. And I think I realized there's a bunch of luxury bead blends we don't have in the online store.
I bet. I made like about 50 million.
I know, but I thought we had put them in, but I looked them up, and well, I looked some of them, and it doesn't look like they're in. So I've got to got work to do.
You notice you like how I tidied my space? I just basically pile it on top of each other. What did Michelle says? My doctor appointment went very good. We are also do a lot of changes at home. Bought a new bed, changing both the living room and bedroom around. Oh, that's good.
That's nice.
And then she said a bunch of letters and numbers, which I don't know what means. All right, let me go, and then William will show you these so that you have something to look at, so that you're not like, what the heck are we doing today? Looking at our thumbs and doing the finger dancing. An Evening of Finger Dancing by Allegory Gallery.
I don't know about
by
that.
Performers William M. Jones and special guests.
Andrew T. Thornton.
No.
No.
Kiprop, Diane Kiprop. That's who did the finger dance. I was like, you look like you practice. Turns out she did.
Right?
Did I tell you about that? How she actually
practices?
No, she got a job doing that.
No, I did not hear that.
I was like, are you for real? Or are you just pulling my leg?
She's probably pulling your leg.
No, apparently in college, they were doing some commercial for gloves or something.
Huh.
And then they hired her to do this because they said that her hands were nice. And they had her do that. And I was like,
wow.
What?
Wow.
I did not know that you could get a job doing that.
Doing that? I did not know that either. Oh, good. I'm glad this computer came up because it did an update yesterday and then it kind of froze. And I just let it go all night and hoped that it was going to work. It looks like it did. So that's good.
Okay.
Let me make sure, get our email up here. Because I didn't really check my email much today.
You don't know if anybody claimed anything?
I checked that in the morning. I always check that usually early in the morning, but if anybody claimed throughout the day, then it's a surprise when I go to invoice tonight. But no one did. So, well, maybe. I haven't gotten new emails.
So I have to go downstairs and get something real quick.
Okay. Kimberly says, some of my favorite items from the store. Nice. I like these too. Let me just clear out some. Okay. So these are the beautiful AG Fine Pewter. These are some of the ones I'm going to be using for bead of the day. I don't know where Andrew just threw these together. This is the Dragonfly. And this one we might not have any more antique gold in this one right now, but it's about 16.5 millimeters. And these are beautiful beads. And I believe, yeah, they're kind of on the diagonal, which is kind of really nice. It's like that. It's like that. So we have that and that one there. That's the antique. Everything comes in antique copper, antique silver, and antique gold. Almost everything. Like I said, this might be out of antique gold. That might be why I only have the silver and copper here. But this is the Allegory Gallery Fine Pewter line. We purchased a pewter line a few years ago. And we are working with old stock. We also purchased all the old stock to that line. We had lined up or was getting ready to line up a caster, and we're looking for US casters. We'd prefer to cast here in the country if we can. But when we started really looking, the pandemic hit, and a lot of the casters either closed, temporarily or closed completely. So we've never really gotten a setup going yet, but we're still working with we have a lot of old stock, and because of that, the prices on our fine pewter are really, really good, because we are using very old pricing. This is pricing that came through, I think it's been through the original owner of the cast line, and then there was an owner in between that we bought it from, and then to us. And that's been a period of many, many years. So these casting prices, we've been using the old pricing sheets for these. So these pieces, once they sell out and we have them recast, it's going to be higher. Let's just say that. The prices are going to have to go up.
Maybe we'll find
we might find an excellent, right? But that's probably illogical and probably not going to happen. But you never know. You never know. What are you smelling? Like a cat?
Does that thing still work?
What thing?
That peppermint light.
It's not plugged in, I don't think.
That smells kind of funky.
Oh, there shouldn't be in this room.
In the basement, I smelled something rotting, and in one of the sinks that we don't really use, there was a towel that I had been using for
it's in our
my paper, and
it's the laundry tub. It must have fallen into the laundry tub, and then all the laundry juice water just kept pouring and pouring and pouring onto it.
And so it was disintegrating.
It was a fabric towel that disintegrated under that.
And I was like, dang.
That's kind of disgusting to even mention that we had that in our house. But it's not something like, we don't go there to check anything. It just drains.
It's behind a thing.
Yeah. So that was.
We don't use it.
That was not delightful. Yeah. But.
We're not nasty. That nasty.
No, that's not an everyday occurrence. So yeah, we.
I hope not.
These are the Allegory Gallery fine pewter. The pricing is excellent. If you compare these to any other pewter people, you will find, I think, that the prices are amazing.
And made in America.
Yep, these were all made in the U.S. and we're continuing to look for someone who will continue making them in the U.S. So
with stuff from Bali.
Huh?
With stuff from Bali.
With stuff from Bali.
The person who invented this line, they hired Balinese carvers to carve designs for them.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these are
Bali inspired. Yeah. So there's these ammonites. This is another one. These are beautiful. The hole in these goes top to bottom this way. Then there's this kind of leafy oval, which I love. It's kind of like a jungle leaf. It reminds me of like a big jungle leaf. But those are really nice. They're just, they're just a little nice addition to a design. And you put that in the hole goes top to bottom this way. Put it in a little bracelet or something. It's really pretty. Hello, Brooke. Thanks for joining us. Michelle says, "Oh, William, because I'm not good at taking my thyroid pills because of the no eating thing, he is changing my dosage so now I can eat with it." That's nice. That's nice. These are a coyote tooth.
What number should we pick today?
Oh, what letters? Let me find something. One moment, everybody.
What about FN?
Oh, LT is 1. You want FN?
For fun.
Fun lots. We've not used FN, so you can use FN.
My seed beads.
You found them? Good. Kimberly says, "I may or may not have some of the ammonite hoarded away in my stash." Don't hoard it. Get some more.
Use them.
Use them, and then show them, and then we'll show them that you're using them. It's good for everybody. But these are bush coyote teeth.
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Right? We're not telling you how to
We're
live.
not trying to tell you.
We're not telling you how to be. But
you be you.
You be you. But you might need some of these bush coyote teeth. I use these in this necklace that I did. Says, oh, I'm getting more.
Okay.
Good, thank you. So I used these. So I made this. Come on, what are you doing? It's not cooperating with me today. Okay, so I made this necklace out of some of my favorite things. This is one of these carved bone pendants you've probably seen if you watch enough of our lives. And then this is one of my pendants. I made these and I didn't know if anybody wanted them because the glaze came out funky a little bit, but I loved it. But I might just be weird. A few of y'all got these, so thank you. But
where'd the paper go?
I still have some of these if you're all interested. But I put this as a layering thing here.
Why not?
Right? And then I hung the coyote tooth up here. I attached it on just with a jump ring. You know, it's a charm necklace, so you just add jump rings and add stuff on, right? And then Andrew made this little eye in this.
Oh, I forgot I made that.
This little eye inside of this croissant.
I made that.
Croissant.
You know, I made that for a demo.
I know.
I did one Saturday morning tutorial.
Yeah, then he made these too. Made a bracelet out of these, I think.
And nobody watched.
Nobody watched.
Just me and Marianne.
He did a Saturday morning tutorial live. And so this is, there's that one. And then I put this antler piece here. And yeah, so that's what I did. This thing keeps wanting to flip on the other side. But
all right, I'm gonna give y'all good prices tonight. I'm not gonna even put one available, two available, because these are all one of a kind.
Kimberly says that's before my time, but I love the look of it. Isn't it cute? It's pretty cool.
Okay, get ready. Move that stuff.
Oh, we're done?
Let's hurry up. I got stuff to do.
Okay, like everybody. That? All right.
Shift change.
Shift change. This is my bag for these, wasn't it?
And whoop.
I've been doing that all day, doing bead blends. All right. If you'd like to purchase from this video, take down the lot number that we're going to give you. It's an FN number. So FN1, take down that lot number, send it to us in an email at info@allegorygallery.com. Please send a new email every time. And that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. These are going to be Andrew's making little lots.
That's going to take a while.
Yeah, so we might look at some stuff in between.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Wow, you really did a good price on these. All these little snails, all of them. Oh my goodness. Okay, so for $16, you get this vintage plastic. I think these are vintage plastic. Is this vintage glass?
That's glass, bro.
It is glass. I thought it was plastic. Vintage glass. I was like, that's colder than it should be for vintage plastic, but it's so light. That's why I thought it was plastic. So you get that. Then you get this $23.95.
Not tonight.
Not tonight. Not tonight. What is this? Is this aventurine?
Correct.
Green aventurine. So you get that. Green aventurine. You see the price that it used to be for that strand. Normally, if we just cut that strand down to $16, that would be the deal. But you're also getting all these metal charms. So these are metal charm snails. So cute.
I just did a piece for Sandra McEwen. She has a challenge every year. And she assigned, this year it was poems and or poets, and you get randomly assigned a poet. And I got somebody I never heard of. And so I had to look them up. And then I picked this thing called After the Rain or something. And guess what? It was talking about snails making lace out of the cabbage leaves.
There you go. 17.3 millimeters on these by about 13.5. And these itty bitty little snails, that's 8.5 by about 8. And then these beads are faceted squares at 10 millimeters. And then these ones are 22 millimeters. And FN1 has sold. Thank you so much. Yeah, look at all these snails you're getting. Huh?
Let me just say something. I don't know where those bags go. I purposely pulled a whole thing of bags.
These?
No, they were used bags.
Oh, there's some down on the bench, I think, by the
I brought those.
laser. Oh, you brought those? There were 3 of them.
They were raptured. They got raptured. I don't know what happened.
Raptured. Total sucker for snails, says Kimberly. Yeah, aren't they cute? They're even smiley face snails. Look, they got a smiley face.
They're very vintage.
Very vintage, very charming. And so you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's sold already. Let's go to the next one. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 little ones. He's like, let's go. Let's go. If I rush him, that's no good.
No, it's one-way rushing.
One-way rushing. All right. All right. Now, wrap this up. How's everyone out there today? Y'all having a good day? Who's out there? I didn't even see. Who all's out there? Say hi, everybody. Charlie says, OMG, what are those cute little snails? Exactly that. Cute little snails.
Mm-hmm. Little brass stampings. Those are from Providence.
Providence.
Yep.
Look at this. FN12. You're getting these beautiful beads. Kimberly's just doing taxes all day. That's not my idea of fun.
I'm gonna do our taxes.
I know, right? Look at these. These are 2-hole glass beads set in this little metal frame, metal bezel. Those are really cool. And then you're going to get these multicolored, these are dyed, multicolored, I think dyed jade. Dyed jade. Beautiful.
They wanted that to look like sapphires.
They did.
They tried with all their heart.
Kimberly says those would make a cool watch band, right? Right? You got an Apple Watch you want to turn into something? Right there. And then you get,
that's all yet.
I have an FN12, an FN12 that came in, and we're not there yet. So I don't know if that person meant 1 or meant 2. 1 is already sold. But if the person meant 2, make sure if you just send an email, please check. And let me do these dimensions for you while we're doing this. These are about 5.5 millimeter faceted rondelles on those. These are 25.5 millimeter by about 18.5 millimeter. And then these are African, right?
Mm-hmm.
African beads. And these are 9.5 millimeter by approximately, they all differ a little bit, by about 14. So like I said, if you just send an email, please check your sent to see if you were the one who sent FN12, because we're not at 12 yet, and I don't know if you meant 1 or 2. All right. That's only $12. That's a good deal. Michelle's getting ready for the new bed to show up. Nice. That has to be nice. Okay, so that was FN2. That one has sold. Thank you so much.
All right, got this one.
Anna is here. Hello, Anna. Thank you for joining us.
Price to go.
Good price to go. It scares me when he says things like that.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Just
about it.
talk with your mouth.
Talk with my mouth and show stuff. He says, don't think. Stop thinking. Just do the talking.
Yeah, that's what you need to tell your anxiety. Just take a break today.
That's what I do need to do because my anxiety's been high lately.
Wow, just enjoy.
Just enjoy.
See this?
This
Whoa.
is beautiful. Look.
Whoa.
These, I love these. These are from Japan.
Vintage, very vintage.
Made in Japan. These vintage paper beads. They are super cool.
I can't wait to see somebody do something neat with that.
I know. We got
What
so many
number is
creative
that?
people. 3. This whole strand alone is worth more than $10.
Correct.
Correct. But he's like, let's move it
I
on.
do what I want.
14 millimeter
I'm going rogue, y'all.
vintage paper beads. Kimberly says they look so brainy neat.
Could be.
Yeah, they're very cool. I think somebody could do something fun with them. And then, well, I know some of y'all can do some great things with them. And then we've got these glass beads. Very vintage. And these are about 14 millimeter. And then you've got this metal frame. Isn't that pretty? Gold color metal floral frame. That'd be fun. And then you get some unicorn beads. Some unicorn metal from Providence. Brass stampings. Vintage. One goes one way, the other 2 go the other way. FN3. Only $10 for the whole lot. $10. Oh, there's another one.
It's stuck to my hand.
It's stuck to your hand. So there's 2 that go each way. FN3.
Did it sell yet?
$10. It has not sold yet.
What?
Let me recheck the email.
Nobody wants them paper beads.
I know.
Wow,
Charlie says those paper beads look like umebashi, Japanese pickled plums, and is drooling.
Probably what they're.
It's probably what they were going for.
All right.
So cool. Nobody likes the vintage stuff. Oh, he's calling it. He's calling it, y'all. He's not letting these prices last forever.
No,
I bet if I put those on the website, they'll sell like.
I'm gonna just take the glass beads out and sell.
Oh, 3 just sold.
Maybe I do that.
FN4.
FN4. $12.
Oh, look at this. Lampwork glass.
Big one. Those are nice.
These are nice. Look at that. FN4. $12.
Hey,
These are approximately 15.5 millimeters. And then you get this Allegory Gallery fine pewter mermaid bead. You see front and back. It's done front and back. And the whole goes top to bottom. Talking about mermaids?
No, we're talking about...
Oh, the fine pewter? Yeah. Kimberly says, I used one of the bead mixes I got in Alive from my son's girlfriend's birthday gift in that bracelet I posted in the group. She loved it, and I loved that mix.
Oh, good.
Lena says, I got my package late tonight, opening now.
Oh, that has your birthday presents in it.
Birthday presents in it, too. Andrew included some extras.
So, get ready.
Get ready. And then you get these beads, these pearls, vintage freshwater dyed pearls. And these are a banded pearl. But these, look how they're drilled, everybody. They're drops. Isn't that unique? You don't see pearls too often drilled that way. So they're little drop pearls. And then you get this strand of check glass seashell beads. These are vintage check glass seashells. Oh, there goes your duo telling you things.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, bullies me so hard.
So these seashells are approximately 8.3 millimeters by 8.5. The pearls are about 8.5 millimeters by 12. And the mermaid bead is 15 by about 12.5. FN4, what a lovely assortment of purpley pink goodness. $12 only. Still available.
What? Okay. Well, we'll see.
We could easily charge at least $4 each for these, if not more, for the lampwork glass alone.
Alright.
You don't like that color, everybody? FN4? You don't like that purpley pink color?
For what? Which one? I thought that would be the winner.
I know, I love it.
That pink, bro.
Bro.
That pink is a hard color to do. Hey, big spender. Hey, big spender.
Whoa.
Oh, no. That's probably not the way to do it.
High dollar, high dollar.
No, it's not.
Ooh.
I put all kinds. So those are little ceramic.
Vintage Chinese ceramics. Anna says it's like an orchid pink. Yeah, it's really pretty.
Pantone correct about 10 years ago.
So these are vintage Chinese ceramic rounds, and those are all hand glazed, about 8.3 millimeter rounds. And then look at this one, this large African glass bead. African? Or Indonesian? African. Large vintage African glass. That's a big one. That's a nice big bead right there. That's probably worth the $14 alone. 17.5 by 30. I know that's an old one because I've never seen it.
Don't worry about it.
So that right there could be worth the whole lot. And then he's going to throw in a strand of lampwork glass. Look at that. The foil lampwork glass. So these are all lampwork glass beads, handmade. And that's about 12 millimeters. And then you get this strand of vintage bicones. Faceted bicone beads. You get the whole big strand. FN5. And all in these shades of blue. Isn't that beautiful?
I need a bigger bag.
Oh, he just has to increase his bag size. FN5, $14 only. Like I said, that big bead right there, that's an old African glass bead. Vintage Chinese ceramic. Hand glazed Chinese ceramic beads. Lampwork glass. And the bicone strand. FN5. Still available.
I'm gonna start putting high-priced items then. People don't like the good deal.
Don't like the good deals.
I'm gonna be like $100.
$100. Maybe that's what people want, the high price stuff.
All right.
He's like, all
What
right.
do y'all want?
Like, what do you want? He's like, we can do that too.
Nobody got 4 or 5?
Nobody got 4 or 5.
What?
They don't like the purple, pink, and the blue.
Maybe save that for the recap pile.
Yeah, I should make a recap pile.
Since it's...
If you like big beads and you cannot lie, look at these. So, wow. So here is a whole strand of cat's eye beads. These are glass beads, fiber optic. $16 for just that strand, FN6. And you get a whole, I've never seen these in such a long strand. Normally we have shorty strands of these. Check that out.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So these are the fiber optic glass. And they're arranged so that you get that cat's eye look. Those little fiber optic ends are put together in a way that it shows the cat's eye. And these are about 6 millimeters. And then you get these large, are these dyed chalcedony?
Which one? That's yeah.
These are, that alone is also a 16. Large dyed chalcedony.
It's $24.
I was gonna say that's at least $16 for a strand like that of dyed chalcedony.
Well, don't say I didn't ever do anything for nobody.
Right? These are about 19. I'm like, ooh. These are 19.
Don't worry about it.
19 and a half millimeters. Faceted, large, dyed chalcedony. So that's $24. That was $16. Well, we're up to $40 already. $40, $16, $40 so far. And then you get these. These, I don't know what stone these are. Is this glass?
Synthetic.
Yeah, it's some kind of synthetic. But they're beautiful blue. And they're not that heavy, which is nice. And you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. So that's $45, something like that.
Well, somebody got something.
Oh, FN6. That one just sold.
Thank
Somebody
you.
knows. Somebody knows they're getting an excellent deal on that one. That is
still nobody got 4 or 5.
Nope, nobody wants them. Throw them in the trash. Throw them down the mountain, as Andrew says. I know. Get away, little stray.
Oh, he's trying to do my.
Oh.
Why are you copying me, boy?
Oh.
That's not nice.
Michelle says that was just insane. Yeah, I know these prices. Andrew's. You like yellow? You get a whole bag of these. These are fun. Here, let me just show you what you're getting there. Look at that. So these are vintage AB finished, faceted little rice beads. So vintage plastic, whole bag of it. FN6 just tried to sell again and again. Sorry. Make sure you're caught up to the real time, everybody. I have a feeling people might be watching in rewind in the past. Make sure you're in the current future, in the present. Then you get, are these citrine?
Those are nice.
These are nice. Look, they've been stranded up. They're so nice. They've been stranded up, just the 4 of them. Little citrine briolettes. Little friends. They're beautiful citrine beads. And then this crackle glass. Beautiful vintage crackle glass. I think this is Czech, isn't it? Czech crackle. And then we have these beautiful brushed metal beads. Oh, look at those. Look at those. And oh, there's another one of those. And then this giant bee pressing. Isn't that awesome? That's a big bumblebee right there. And that is only $10, and it has sold multiple times. So thank you so much. Y'all are getting the deals tonight. I will be 100% honest. You would not be getting these same prices if I were doing the pricing. I love y'all, but Andrew is unleashed the beast in the pricing over here.
I'm going back. I was feeling the D-stash days.
Yeah, you asked him for these kind of mixed lots, and he's like back in the 2000 aughts, 2007, 2008 pricing now.
Yeah.
When he did beads by the pound.
And now I was thinking about that. I sold that for $10.
You just sold that for $10.
Don't worry about it.
3 times over if we had them.
Well, don't you wish about it?
I do. I would sell 3 of those if we could.
Right, this one's not cheap.
Oh, he went up in price.
Well, the one is...
Are you almost ready, or should I do a recap?
No, it's ready.
It's ready? All right.
It's almost ready.
I'll do my very basic finger dancing for everybody.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. Are you amused? Are you
ready? Are you prepared for an evening of enjoyment?
Holy what?
Something you've never experienced
This
before?
is something I've never experienced before for $18.
I know. Don't worry about it. Just show
That
it.
I'm actually a little concerned about
Just
that.
show it already.
I'm actually really concerned about that.
Why? I did hit my head the other night.
Yeah, he did.
Who are you?
Who are you? So you get this coral, this beautiful vintage coral. This is not modern. We don't buy modern coral. Vintage coral. Look at the stunning patterns that you can see in this coral. So you get that. That's a whole strand of vintage coral. That alone, $18. Then, are these glass pearls? Glass seed beads?
Those are seed beads.
Seed beads. They look like they're so pearlescent.
That's the finish.
Yeah, that finish is beautiful.
I was getting wow. I almost put up some of my stuff. I got the fever for a second.
This one already sold, and this person I happen to know is going to love what's coming next, because I know that this person has bought some larger ones of these beads that are coming up next.
Wow.
All right, then you get these check glass tile. They call them tile beads. You get these. That's nice, right? And then he threw in one of these melon turquoise beads, melon cut turquoise. And then this person who already got this one is going to have something to go with some of the larger ones they got. This little small turquoise nugget. I know it's not small. This alone is probably $24, $28, $30.
I mean, if you weighed it, which is what we probably should have done.
So this is 22.5 by 30.5 millimeters. And that is a beautiful piece of turquoise. In addition to the real turquoise, this is a real turquoise melon cut bead. And the coral strand, Andrew hit his head a little too hard. But you all get the benefits of it. Angela says, what are you showing? That coral would be great for the stone witch.
Well, there you go.
Somebody might be making that. There you go. Somebody grab this. Thank you so much.
All right. And this one, don't get fooled from the size.
Don't get fooled from the size.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because it looks little.
Mm-hmm.
Little but mighty.
Correct. Gratitude.
Gratitude. Gertie. I didn't get to see enough of my Gertie girl today. I was away from my kids so much today. All right, let's take a look at this. So these are nearly black pearls. They are so beautiful. These are these deep, deep peacock pearls, and they are faceted pearls. Have you seen faceted pearls before? One of our friends bought some faceted pearls off our website, and they made a beautiful earring and necklace set. And there were comments on her post that these people had never ever seen faceted pearls, and you have to be very careful when buying faceted pearls. We buy vintage faceted pearls because back then they allowed the pearl to mature enough that when you cut the facets, they still look good. If you cut facets into a pearl that hasn't matured enough, if it's rushed to market, they look like, well, doo-doo.
Parts come off.
Parts come off. You don't get this, like, look how deep.
The nacre starts flaking off because there's not enough.
Look how deep. There's like, you can see the layers and the colors in these pearls. And these are big ones. These are big faceted pearls. So there are these faceted pearls. And then you get this fire polish strand, which is, this is an interesting cut. This isn't fire polish. This is AB finished, actually.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. What is this?
Irradiated quartz.
Irradiated. We sell irradiated strands for like $42 a strand.
Well,
That's why I was like, I saw that. I'm like, this can't be. This cannot be.
no, it is.
This cannot be for $16 because we sell irradiated. They don't do irradiated quartz anymore. So that is lantern cut, says Kimberly. Yes. Lantern cut, irradiated quartz. This strand alone is like a $30 strand nowadays, probably at least. And then, but wait, he's not done. He gives you these awesome bead caps.
Those are pewter.
These are pewter. He's like, those are just pewter. These are beautiful bead caps. And then, is this sterling?
Maybe.
We are Hill Tribe silver, most likely.
Silver.
Yeah, silver. Hill Tribe silver, FN9. You get this. Is it Rosebud? Huh?
Did it sell yet?
Yes, it sold multiple times.
Oh, good. Because I was like, if it didn't sell,
I'm keeping that strand. I'm going to put that strand on the live next at 30 some dollars, but it sold multiple times. Let's see. Angela's saying, did I get the Coral FN8? No, Angela, you did not. Sorry. You did not. FN9 sold. Thank you so much. What else you got for us, Andrew?
I'm working on it.
Oh, you were asking if it's sold yet. I was wondering. I thought you were ready.
No.
I took it away.
Well, finger dance time.
Finger dance. Let me take a drink first. Let me get a drink, everybody. I need to hydrate. My hands are drying out. Actually, I was in clay all today. My hands do look terrible.
Well, don't be afraid to use the lotion. How come everybody's going to be afraid?
Well, I don't want to get lotioned up and then greased up. Kimberly says, I know I was late to the party on 9. Do you want to know if you got it, Kimberly? You have to ask me specifically or I won't say anything.
What?
But if you want to know, let me know. And I'll tell you. I'll tell you the truth. Has everybody seen these?
That's not for sale, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, my earrings?
Andrew's kombu earrings.
I heard those bowls going. I said,
don't sell the bowls, no. These are Andrew's kombu earrings. And let me take them off the thing here. The fluff. Kimberly says, yes, please, will you confirm? Kimberly, you did get FN9, yes.
It's 24K gold.
This is 24 karat gold on fine silver that's been patinated. Patinaed is not a word. I learned that, and I still say it, but it's patinated.
Because it sounds wrong.
Huh?
So it sounds like it should be patinaed.
Yeah, patinaed, but it's patinated. So this is 24 karat gold on fine silver, not sterling, fine silver that's been patinated. And these are available in our online store. You can get them today if you'd like. The ear wires are gunmetal, right, on these? And
because if it was different, it would be too mushy.
Too mushy, yeah. You want your ear wires to be a little sturdy. So we sell these. I think they're $78 only, which if you bought these from a jeweler and they told you that was 24 karat gold and fine silver, you would pay a lot more. So, we give you the good deals. So I think they're $78 in the online store. And you can get them today if you'd like. Buy some of Andrew's jewelry, everybody. They're great. I think they're great for any time, but they definitely could be a going out vibe if you're looking for something for going out.
Going to the club.
Going to the club. They could have a club vibe. That has a club vibe. That's
maybe the ladies auxiliary.
That's getting your
club.
That's getting your party on vibe.
I don't know. You dance around with that, it might get tangled.
Way to sell it, Andrew. Way to sell it, Andrew.
Just put it away. Nobody wants it.
Oh, nobody wants it. Go away.
Oh.
We've sold a few pair. Let's see.
I gave you that bag in the trash and you gave it back to me, did you?
What bag?
Last night when we did trash night. I gave you a bag and you gave it back to me. It was for here.
I don't remember that.
Well,
I don't remember that at all. I remember coming up to get this, and then I got that bag out there.
Show the stuff.
I know.
What you doing?
Oh, mushroom friends.
I should draw a face on it. What the heck is this?
This is a glass one. Not one of the vintage plastic ones.
Nope.
This is a glass mushroom friend. Lamport glass mushroom friend. And then vintage Chinese ceramic hand glazed beads. So you get 2 of those. Then you get this little ladybug pressed charm in metal. That's sweet. And then you get this. Oops, there's 2 ladybugs. You get 2 ladybug charms. Get that cat hair off the mat. And then you get this Lamport. Oh, cat hair's on my finger now. Lamport glass. This has the sandblasting finish on that. And let me give you some sizing on some of these. That's about 11.5 millimeters. The mushroom friend is about 16 by 12. The Chinese ceramic is about 9.8, so about 10 millimeters. Then you're going to get this green crystal or check glass. Green check glass strand. And that is 7 millimeters by about 8. And then you get these. This is chalcedony. It looks like chalcedony to me. Beautiful 4.2 millimeters faceted rounds. Oh, 3 ladybugs. You're right, Kimberly. It says I see 3 ladybugs. You're right. There's a third. They're multiplying. And then these are vintage glass. Little rounds or rondelles. Smooth rondelles. Well, some of them. Some are a little longer. That's like should have been 2 probably. You know, the vintage times. Everything came out a little bit different sometimes. Those are about 5 millimeter. We'll go with 5 millimeter. And you get all of that for $10 only. That's a good deal. That's a really good deal. So there they are. $10 FN10. Don't tell me I'm going to be putting that in my review pile. That mushroom friend? What? Ladybug friends?
Which number is that?
10.
Oh.
10 at $10. All right, it's going in my review pile. Nobody's gotten it yet. I know some people are watching behind, or maybe we're just. I think the broadcast has been a little bit behind lately.
I know on Instagram that for sure.
Yeah, because people have been asking questions about things when I'm like not at the same time that I'm doing it for sure. Wow. Wow. Oop. There's a lot in this one. A lot in this one. All right. Whoa. Stop throwing things around, William. Now where did that go? There it is. Okay. So these are mostly vintage check beads. So you're going to get these long faceted tube beads. Vintage check glass. And then you get these. I don't even know what shape that is. What shape you call that? I don't know, but they're cool. And I love the color on those. Beautiful color. Kim says bugs are great at multiplying, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those. 8 of those. Pasta shape. Yeah, they look like those little, what are those little pastas? And then you get these. This is a laser cut acrylic that we did, and a laser cut wood that we did. I love these. I love these. Little home with a heart, home silhouette. Oop, you actually get 2 of these. So that's like a little earring pair. And they're this beautiful, that pastel blue, great for springtime, Easter time. Got some love right there. There you go. There's somebody moving into a new home. Make them some little earrings. That'd be cute. And then these beads are awesome. And I can't remember if these are check. I don't think these are check. Why do I keep getting cat hairs over everything? But look at these. Super cool. And you get all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those. 8 of those. And then, if that wasn't enough, this strand is worth the whole price of admission. These are the check glass ruler beads, or what do they call them? Cruller. No, ruler beads. They look like pony beads. Check glass ruler beads.
Pony is just
Plastic. Pony is plastic, yes.
Roller is glass.
Ruler is glass. But for those of you who don't know what ruler is, we say pony beads because most people grew up with some pony beads. And they have large holes.
Did it sell already?
And you get the whole strand. It just sold, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, thank you.
He's like, did it sell? Get it off the screen. Stop looking at it.
You're ready.
When you're ready, you're ready. FN11 doesn't have to go in the review pile. Sold. How about FN12? Let's find out. Wow. You really are getting in the spirit of this.
I'm trying.
These are the wow, I say this like all the time. What are these?
Glass.
I know they're check glass. They're Lucerna bicones. That's wow.
I was like, what are these?
What are these? Glass. Lucerna bicones, check glass. I talk about these a lot because we have kids that come into the store in Johnstown, and they're one of the first things I show them because they're inexpensive. Because kids sometimes want to come in and they have like a few dollars, and they're like, what can I make? What can I make? And so Lucerna bicones is where we point them at first, because there's all different colors. Kids love the variety, and they're inexpensive. And then you get these are not inexpensive necessarily. These are probably $6 to $8 each. These are hollow blown glass beads. Venetian hollow blown glass beads. Yeah, I think somebody just looked at these in the store the other day. I think they're $6 each in the store. So that's the price of the whole kit right there. And then you have these check glass fire polished shorty strand. And then you have this beautiful pendant. It's already set. It has a squeeze bell. And it's very thin. This is super thin. It doesn't even seem like it's real. It's super light. That could be an earring. It's so light. But it's big. And 35.2 millimeters. And then you also get this beautiful jasper. Look at the patterning in that. The holes drilled this way, top to bottom. Beautiful patterns. That's a really nice stone. And that one is 30 by 22. 30 by 22 millimeters. FN 12. Only $12. And let's check our email. Do the refresh. No takers on that yet. What? I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see. We will see. All right. Put that in the review pile. What do you got for us here? Holy moly. Is that lepidolite?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Okay. All right. So, is that rose quartz?
Uh-huh.
It is. It's like, is that lavender amethyst or rose quartz? Rose quartz. Beautiful strand of faceted ovals. These are 10.2 millimeters by 14.2, so about 10 by 14 millimeter faceted oval rose quartz beads. And then you're getting a flower toggle from the Allegory Gallery fine pewter line. Flower and vine toggle. And these are super pretty. This is in the antique silver. And there's a little flower and vine on the toggle bar and also up there. And then you get the butterfly bead. Oh, this one just sold. Thank you so much. I'll finish showing you what y'all get in there. Get the butterfly bead from the Allegory Gallery fine pewter. Nice large hole in that. And then you get all of this lepidolite. And this is very nice quality lepidolite. Look at the quality of those stones. Somebody saw that and knew that that was worth that price. Because these are sold. Thank you so much. And these are about 18 millimeters by 25.5 millimeter lepidolite beads.
This is kind of a mix.
Kind of a mix. And Michelle says, Andrew, how hard did you hit your head? Are you going to wake up tomorrow and regret all this?
I don't know. I probably won't remember it.
let's not go there. Oh, I love those.
This one's glass, not plastic.
Yeah, these are fun. These are fun. Only $12 each. These are big bags. You put it in the big bag. These are letter beads. You get a whole mix of them, but instead of plastic, these are actually glass.
And they're mostly R's and E's.
BREFs.
What does that say? Birth.
N.
Barf.
There's N.
What word do you see when you look at this?
Don't.
Scrying.
Let's see here. So you get the whole lot of them for $12. They're super cool.
Usually you buy this by the strand, and the strands are very small, and then they're like $4 a strand.
Yeah. These are glass.
A strand, and this is probably like at least double that, so it'd be about $24 worth.
At least. And then you get the little ones in here. A lot of E's in there for the little ones. Brett. No, Bref. Free.
You know your breath work.
Your breath work. There's
You got to do your breath work.
These are not free, but they practically are. $12 only.
Oh, free.
And then preen, Preen, is that how you spell preen? Preen.
Preen.
There's preen.
You're gonna preen your feathers.
Preen your feathers. Oh, this one even has a little tulip in there.
Oh.
Check glass tulip bead.
Is that supposed to be?
I don't know, but that one's got it.
Hitchhiker.
Little hitchhiker. This one, it also has one of these in there. I don't know. Little check glass beads. Little extras. So there you go. FN14. If anybody wants any of these. Charlie's still thinking about that turquoise and coral lot.
It's already claimed.
Yep, that one's claimed. She knows that's why she's doing the cry face. You snooze, you lose. Snooze, you lose.
I thought we're friends.
We are. We're friends.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's what I'm doing.
But I don't got any more. I don't got any more of those.
Maybe.
Oh, Andrew's gonna find you more.
Maybe. Depends
I don't
how many
think.
Cookies I get now.
Oh, I thought you were friends.
I'm laying out the terms of service.
The terms of service for the friendship. You gotta supply Andrew with cookies. Reciprocity.
In this gift
economy. All right, nobody wants the letter beads. We've got 3 bags of them, by the way. We've got 3 bags of them. Look, 3 bags of them.
I thought for sure at least one.
I know. I thought for sure at least one too.
To 10.
What?
Mark it to 10.
I don't have a marker. He's dropping the price, y'all. This is not my good marker, though. He's checking the markers. All right.
How do you know I wasn't giving you the best marker?
Actually, you did.
Huh. So,
there. He just marked it down to 10 per bag. If you want them, there you go. Lena says, very Viking of you.
Huh. What?
Charlie says, there can be a cookie exchange.
Correct.
Says, I was making pizza and catching up maybe in my dreams, LOL.
I want some pizza.
I would love pizza.
I'm ready to receive.
I don't know what we're going to have tonight.
Did you get the grocery list?
No. Because I got it but after I was in the class and they closed before I get out. One of us is going to have one of the leftovers and the other one's going to have the other leftovers.
I'll make some for you, don't worry. It'll be something you'll never forget.
I'll be talking about it for a while. Okay, still nobody wants those.
Go away, little homely strays.
There you go. Oh.
Get out here. Nobody wants you.
Nobody wants you, FN14. Go away, FN14.
It's going to have low self-esteem.
It is going to have low self-esteem.
I even marked... Wait, which one? That's the one I marked down?
You marked down. Yep, you marked it down. Nobody wants it. And still, nope, nobody wants it. Nobody wants it.
Well, wait until I make something with it. And y'all will be like, well, when can I get that? I said $100.
$100. Have y'all seen our pins? These, I sold a few of these today and yesterday in the online store. People are starting to find them. These are Andrew's Shadow Play Creature pins. This one is the Riddle lucite or acrylic, and it glows in the dark. Can you see it glowing? Look at it glowing. And it glows for a long time. It's a really good glow-in-the-dark acrylic. It's not one of those that you like have to shine a light on it every 3 seconds. It glows for a long time. Look at that. So those are available in the online store. And you can get them today. They're $14 each only. And they've got pins, pin back. Nice little pins. I wear one almost every day. Oh, oh. Boy, he raised the price, raising the roof on this.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. Strand of pearls. Look at that S-word crystal pendant.
It's not junk.
S-word crystal pendant. Look at this vintage check glass strand. We've had people starting to buy the vintage check glass in the online store. Somebody picks them up, and then their friends started picking some up. They know how nice it is. It's beautiful. And then these, I believe, are the Egyptian crystal.
The little ones.
The blue ones.
Yeah, I don't want to say that. They're just crystal.
Okay.
I don't know the origin of it, so I'm not going to say it.
Okay. They look like the Egyptian crystal we had before.
They look like it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Because if it is, this price is...
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right. So you get this whole thing. So let's start with this S-word. S-word crystal pendant. And there's the hole at the top. You can see it better through the back. And I guess you can see it either way. Look at that beautiful. That sells for $10. We still have these in the store for $10. So that is a current price. That's half the kit right there. Look at that beautiful crystal. So there's that. Then you get the vintage check glass. These are a kind of I think a pentagon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-sided. And very cool and kind of a light icy blue, glacier kind of blue color with a metallic.
I guess we started watching.
Oh yes, we did start watching the Wheel of Time. Yeah.
And then we started watching Wheel of Time.
The Wheel of Time.
And I liked it when the Aes Sedai fighted. It was very exciting.
Yeah, he's getting up in his seat.
I also don't like it. They should all get along and be friends and stop going to the dark side.
I know, but don't give away too many spoilers.
Oh well.
Oh well. So there's the Allegory Gallery fine pewter toggle in antique gold. Then you get this tiny little rice pearl strand. These peacock pearls. This strand alone, tiny pearls are expensive if you don't know. This strand alone is probably worth the cost of this whole kit. This is at least an $18, probably to $22 strand, how we'd price it normally. Vintage freshwater peacock pearls. Look at the colors in there. Beautiful colors on that tiny pearl strand. Look, it just keeps going and going and going. Gorgeous seed pearls, says Kimberly, right? These are vintage. It's that vintage quality. And these are about 3 millimeters, exactly. 3 millimeter pearls.
I like how their outfits are getting more unique on this season. Because the last time they all kind of looked the same. And now they get more unique. Some of it's a little too unique.
Too unique?
I was like, you can poke your eye out on them shoulder.
And these are crystal of some sort. Crystal of some sort. It looks a lot like the Egyptian crystal we've had before, but it may not be. If it is, that alone is again worth the kit. But these are very nice pointy crystals. And look, the holes are pretty big on these. You know, sometimes crystals have these tiny little holes. But look how, oops, if I can hold it. Look how pretty nice and big those holes are. So there you go. FN15, only $20 for the whole kit. Charlie says, I need to watch the second season of Wheel of Time. We should have rewatched it if it wouldn't take so long, but
I would rewatch it.
Because we both, they showed the recap and we're both like, did we actually watch all that?
I'm sure we did.
I'm sure we did, but both of us, normally it's just me. It's normal that I would be like, I don't remember any of that.
I remember it, but let me say it was not clear. I just remember that one person getting their ass beat on every episode. And is something going to happen? Because this is starting to make me not like this show.
Right. Charlie also says, my emergency dinner is spaghetti.
That's our everyday dinner now.
I know.
I jazz it up. Like you a little bit of this and
A little
that.
bit of this, a little bit of that.
All right. This is a unique one. Don't snooze, because I'll take that back.
He's like, don't snooze on these.
Once you see what I'm talking about, you're going to know.
Okay, let's start out
Very
slow.
vintage.
It is very vintage.
I know.
I'm just telling you, if you like vintage metal things.
No. That's whatever. I'm talking about the
I know, but I'm telling them, if you like very vintage things, you don't even need to see this kit to buy it.
People be begging me to
this vintage metal stuff, just buy the kit now. Just send that email in. We're starting with these, which are not the vintage metal things that I'm talking about.
No, but they don't make that anymore.
So these are these little floral metal beads, and they're two-sided. So they've got the design there and a design there, and then you've got a connector here, design there, design there. You got two of those connectors and 3 or 4 of the little caps. And then we have this little rice beads in all different stones. There's some calcite in there, the yellow or the orange calcite, yellow calcite, what do they call it? Yellow calcite, but it's orange. Then tiger eye and some quartz and all different things. Look how beautiful. Beautiful strand. Super cute. 4.2 millimeter rice beads. And then, oh, but wait, there's more. And then you get these cute little pressed bird charms, vintage bird charms.
Do you see the
from Providence. There's a hummingbird. There's the little tiny birds. And you got these little birds. Are you seeing this together? This flower bird gardening theme happening here, everybody? Because here's the part that you should all be just already have sent your email in for.
Did anybody do it?
No, nobody did it. Is this cute little watering can.
This is
antique watering can metal pendant. That alone is worth more than the entire kit.
Correct.
Just so you know. I told you, if you like these metal things, just send that in. I tried to warn you. Because I think this one's going to sell out quick. Now that you've seen.
I'll take that back.
Linda says, cute. Andrew's like, I will take. He's like, it's not even going into the recap pile. It's going to come back home and live with me.
I love that little watering can.
Isn't it so cute? Who doesn't want a watering can charm? And look at it. Look how cool it is. So cute. So you got a garden theme kit here. You got all the colors of the flowers here with the metal flowers and the birds flying through the garden and the watering can kit.
If they didn't, I'll just move to the next one.
Oh, the next one is here. And it has sold. Thank you so much. I was wondering there for a second.
But you also, I still want that thing.
What thing?
The watering can.
Oh, he's like, I kind of wish it didn't sell.
It's all right. I have a lot. I can share some things.
Some things.
Other things, don't worry about it.
We all know you got things I'm not supposed to worry about.
Well, best not to think about it.
Best not to think about it. He says, just like your anxiety, don't think about it.
Repress.
No.
Repress.
Don't repress. No, don't do that. That's bad. Okay, so FN16 for $16. Someone got an excellent deal on that. And here comes 17. FN17. Wow, this is a lot of stuff. And then there's more in here.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I don't even know where to start. Look at these glass beads. These like zebra blue. Vintage. Zebra blue glass beads. Oh. Lost one. There it is. Zebra blue bicones. Aren't those cool? Vintage glass. You get the whole thing of those. And they are about, come on, about 10 millimeters by about 11, 10 by 11 millimeters. And then you get these, there's a strand of these bicones, these blue, cobalt blue bicones. Beautiful. And these are approximately 6 millimeter. And it says, I have some of those zebra blue beads. So cool, right? And then you get this, look at this. Look at this. This pendant with this little person carrying that horseshoe around.
For luck.
For luck.
It's a pendant within a pendant.
Yeah, it is.
What?
Look, pendant.
Are we tripping you out?
Within a pendant. Look at that. How cool is that? So there's that. And then you get the foil glass beads here. And then you get the vintage check glass, cobalt blue with a silver metallic. This probably was a whole strand that just came apart because that's a lot of beads. So you get those as well. And those are approximately 7 millimeters. So you get all of that for only $14. $14. Andrew's giving me a good deal there. $14. That pendant. I was gonna say I'd sell that pendant for like $16 or $18. It's a vintage pendant, y'all.
For luck.
Vintage pendant for luck. Carrying that big horseshoe around. Who doesn't love that? I love that. I'd pay for just that pendant. But you're getting everything else in addition. What? What? It can't be true, but it is. Can't be true, but it is. FN17. One lot available. All of these, only one lot available tonight. FN17. First come, first serve.
Is this still available?
It is. It is. I haven't hit the refresh. Let me check the email. Force the refresh.
Too generous, I think.
Too generous. People are like, it can't be that. It can't be only that amount. All right. FN18, $24. This is very generous. This is very generous. So we're going to start out with these pressed leaves. Oops, I left one of those behind. Put that back in there. These pressed metal leaves. Vintage. And you could wrap around these, you could punch a hole in these, however you want to use them. So you get those. You get this large strand of vintage check glass. They're large beads and it's a large strand. Look how long that strand is. Vintage check glass faceted rounds. 11.2 millimeters, so about 11 millimeters. Beautiful green vintage check. Large size faceted rounds. And then the piece that is worth more than this entire kit is this lampwork glass heart with flowers. Look, they're like succulents in there. That's like a succulent.
Like 32.
I was going to say, this is like a $32, $36 pendant in lampwork glass. Look at the design work that went into creating that. And then this other flower in here. And so that's a pendant, lampwork, artisan made glass. All of that for $24. All of that, FN 18, $24. All right.
Sometimes I just find stuff and I add it to the thing.
Yeah, you do. I'm surprised that one hasn't sold, but it hasn't.
What? That one didn't get picked?
No.
You mean that S-word crystal pendant didn't get picked?
Didn't get picked.
Hmm.
Didn't get picked.
What?
What's happening? Oh, unicorn bead. Unicorn glass bead, borosilicate horns. Beautiful. I love these. So pretty. And then, what is this one? What is this bead?
What is that?
This one.
Oh, the little carved flower one?
Yeah.
I think it's vintage.
Because it's got like intersecting lines in here. Is it like a shell of some sort?
I think it's a vintage plastic.
Huh.
But it would be like a, it's called Galilith, I think.
It's beautiful. Hand carved. And then you get these kind of tile drop beads. These are vintage check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, vintage check. Super cool. Where do you see those? You don't see stuff like this anymore. 11.6 by 15.7, so 11.5 by 15.5 approximately. And they come in two different shades. You got some with the kind of amber color, and then the majority of them have the pink half. And then you get this whole strand. This strand is worth more than the kit itself, of these very nice button pearls. Look at the quality of these. Look how similar they are to one another. The more similar the pearls in the strand, the higher the price of the strand. When you get those pearls to look like each other, that's a high dollar strand.
It's worth more than the whole thing.
Yeah, this strand is definitely, this is like a $32 pearl strand. Beautiful color. It's that kind of satin pearl.
We call it silk.
Silk pearl. And then those are 4.5 millimeters by about 2.5 millimeters. So beautiful kit. Nice combination. FN 19, $18. How are y'all doing out there? Did you ask them what they're having for dinner? Did we already do that? Did I miss that? No. What did y'all do for dinner? Because come on. There we go. I'm getting hungry now. I'm getting hungry.
We'll have more to go.
I know. What did y'all do for dinner? Did you have dinner? I'm sure most of you had dinner by now.
Some of my U.S. folks probably did.
Kimberly made stroganoff.
That sounds good.
That sounds really good.
I haven't had that in years.
No.
Well, I made a mushroom one.
You did make a good mushroom one. Lennis had pizza and a salad.
That sounds great.
I know. Pizza sounds really good right now.
I would eat it. I would eat feel like I'm mad at it.
Michelle did not have dinner yet. You still waiting on your bed, Michelle, or did it arrive? Look at all this in this kit. I keep calling them kits. They are kind of kits, but they're like one-offs. Kimberly says, I love Bella mushroom stroganoff. What's Bella mushroom? Oh, portobello? Portobello mushrooms.
Don't act new.
Don't act new like I don't know.
How many of those have you eaten since you become vegetarian?
Many, and I used to eat many of them before I became vegetarian.
I made this mushroom one, portobello burgers, and one of my friends, Monica Cook. This was on top of the Doll Factory back in the day, a long time ago. And so we had a cookout, and somebody was vegetarian, so I made those. And it was at nighttime, and they had fireworks, and they were lighting the fireworks on the street level, but since it was, we climbed up on top of this water tower.
Oh, that was the water tower building.
And they had taken down the water tower and put benches up there, so it's so dangerous because you're basically climbing this rickety, rusted ladder to go onto this thing with no guardrails, and there's some benches. I love that spot, by the way. And anyways, so when they put the fireworks, they would explode like right over your head. Anyways, I made those portobello mushrooms, and she called it, she called them toadstool burgers.
Toadstool burgers.
She goes, that toadstool burger tastes pretty good.
That's good. Are these S-word?
Yes, golden shadow.
Yep. Kimberly called it, said those are nice S-word rounds.
Golden
4
shadow.
S-word crystal rounds in that large size. This is vintage check. And
This is a game.
And you get Tiger Eye.
You have to name that bead.
Right. Tiger Eye. Beautiful quality Tiger Eye too. Good quality Tiger Eye in all different shapes. Like there's a shape you don't see every day. Right? For sure. Golden Shadow is one of my favorite colors, says Kimberly. Do you have these? Do you still have these? Probably, right? It's time to get them if you don't. FN20. And then you have this. Is this resin?
No, just a stone.
What kind of stone?
Let me see it. Maybe it's something.
Lena says that kit is priced low. They're all priced low. That's like the name of the night, the theme of the night. Priced low. These are drops, by the way, and they're drilled across the top. Top drilled. Beautiful stone drops. Kimberly says great prices, and you get 4 of them, not just 2. You get the 4 of those.
It's on the tip of my head. It has honey in its name.
Honey in its name. It's a beautiful bead. What, honey calcite? Elenis is asking calcite.
Maybe.
Or these calcite. These are calcite, I think. Oops. And then this, look at this fossilized coral bead. Fossilized coral. Look how beautiful that is. Super good patterns in that. Drilled this way, top to bottom. FN20. All of that for $12. All of that for $12. How low can Andrew go? Michelle says the theme should be called Andrew Lost His Mind. Grab them while you can. LOL.
Is there a place called the Octoroon still?
The Octoroom?
Octoroon.
Octoroon?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Someplace in... Is this like a sexy time club?
Let's see.
Michelle, do you know?
What? How's it spelled? Octoroon? Octoroon.
R-O-O-N.
octoroon, the person of 1/8 black ancestry, is the
Madame Bollinger.
Madame Bollinger, Los Angeles. The coin, the octoroon, with pictures and collection of swap management, mintage depictions. Value, it says all night $3.
Mm-hmm.
The octoroon, home for tigers, Los Angeles, all night $3. There's no info on what it, just a business token. Oh, let's look on Etsy. This item is sold out on Etsy. Faux brothel token, made in the 60s as a California souvenir.
Oh, so it was kind of like a sexy token.
Yeah, 1.5 inches of diameter, printed on both sides. You will receive sport enough to last a year to come. Does yours say that? Yeah. That was at least $10 on Etsy by itself.
I found some stuff. Some of it I can't show because it's nickety doodah.
Oh, nickety doodah stuff.
But I'll show you. You can, if you want.
So I'll show it anyway.
Not the nickety doodah.
There you go.
It's kind of heavy.
It looks heavy.
I'm taking a piece out with this.
All right. No one got 20 either. Huh.
I thought that would be a cool one.
I did. Yeah. All that S word in there.
Maybe that S word, nobody likes it.
Maybe not anymore. Madame Bollinger, the octoroon, Los Angeles. Now let's see. This one. What does this one say? Anyways, because this started saying about an interesting piece of history.
Yeah. I got it.
You got it. Okay, let's see. What's everybody doing? Michelle's never heard of it, said.
I live in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Oh, so what's going on, everybody? How's your day?
You can recap. Do a recap.
Do a recap?
Yep.
All right, let's start a recap. Andrew's got more coming, but in case you just tuned in or you missed something, we've got 10 people watching. 10 people watching. FN4 recap still available. Is this beautiful lampwork glass? Lena says, "Did I get my lot?" Yes, you did, Lennis. You did. And you get these vintage freshwater pearls, dyed pearls, ringed pearls. You get this Allegory Gallery fine pewter mermaid bead. Very well detailed. Look at that. Lots of detail in that mermaid bead. And then the vintage seashell check glass strand for only $12. FN4. Charlie says, first dinner was nachos. Today wasn't healthy, LOL.
That sounds great.
Nachos and pizza. That sounds like a good day.
I'm kind of interested in that story.
I know. Lennis says, good to know for the recap budget. Yeah, if you want to know, let me know. I'll let you know if you got something. Let's see, what else do we have here? FN5 still available. Is this beautiful blue kit? Anna says, I had pizza. Everybody's having pizza. Everybody but us. Oh, no pizza for us. You get this beautiful large African, vintage African glass bead. Then you get these
Mess it up.
these lampwork glass beads with that foil in there, green and blue. Then you got the bicone strand, the large blue bicone strand.
Is it My Bead of Bliss the one that made the frog one? The frog necklace?
Don't know. Is that you, Kimberly? Anna says frozen pizza because I was lazy.
That's something better.
Don't need all that work. Then these are vintage Chinese ceramic hand glazed beads. Kimberly says, for what?
Is a frog necklace.
Did you make a frog necklace?
There's more Kimberly's now, and I get so confused.
Did you make the frog necklace, Kimberly? Was that
you? The Allegory Gallery computer.
I'm missing. You showed me that, but I'm missing the name of who made it.
I thought it was Kim somebody.
And let's see here. No, I did not make the frog necklace.
Okay, that's a different one then.
Other Kim, are you here? FN10 is still available. That's this lovely mushroom one. I can't believe mushrooms usually sell out real quick.
I know. Surprise.
Very surprised. But you get the mushroom, you get the lampwork sandblasted bead, you get the vintage Chinese ceramic with the little cherry blossoms, hand glazed. You get the 3, as long as they've not multiplied some more. You get the 3 ladybug charms. Oh, FN5 just sold.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Get the 3 ladybug charms. Then you get the vintage seed bead strand, these red vintage seed beads. And then you get the chalcedony strand. And then you get the vintage check glass green strand. It's a garden, everybody. It's a mushroom garden.
How much were we selling those crystal strands for?
Which ones? When we did the special deal, they were $7. That was for the get it now, only now deal. Kimberly says, recently I made the coffee bracelet, the forget-me-not bracelet, and the purple bracelet.
Yeah.
Forgive the lack of...
Sassy coffee one.
Sassy coffee?
That one
I have not seen... Huh?
It was made for you, William.
Made for me? I have to look. I've been missing out on people's stuff, apparently. Facebook only shows me certain things. FN10 still available. Nobody wants the mushroom. I'll make something with that mushroom. What do we got next? FN12. Kim says, forgive the lack of punctuation slapping my head. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. FN12. You get these Lucerna bicones. You get the fire polished check glass strand. You get the hollow formed Venetian glass beads.
They blow that with their mouth.
Blow it with their mouth, y'all. Hollow formed Venetian glass beads.
I don't know if that's a selling point or not.
I know, right? And then the pendant and, well, I'm going to call them both pendants. This one just has a bail already on it, a pinch bail. And that one is only $12. FN12. FN12. Yeah, if these don't sell, these are going right into the store with me on Friday because I sell these for about $6 each in the store. And people love those.
I have some more, but if nobody's buying that, then I'm not going to put it.
Right. All right, here's a new one.
What do you want other colors? I have other colors.
Mostly I have blue in the store, right? Blue and green, so the browns are nice. All right, so this is $14. This comes with this strand of crystal. Get this, these are long strands of crystal. Let me get my ruler out here. These are, this is a 22-inch, yeah, 22-inch strand of crystal. And then these vintage check wavy beads. Can you see those? Let me see if I can get, there they are. Wavy beads, vintage check glass. Anna says, oh, I would like blue or green Venetian. I've got both. I've got some with both blue and green in the same bead, I think.
You want it? Here you go. I got it right
Oh,
here.
you got it right here?
What about it?
Anna wants some blue or green
I got
Venetian.
blue and green in one.
The hollow form. I was going to say, I know I got them in the store too. Oh, you got hearts too? I don't got hearts in the store. Now this little piece, if I can get it out of this tiny little bag, everybody, one moment. My hands are too big. Oh my goodness, I don't want to break it. There it comes. Look at that. Artisan lampwork glass fish. So cute. And the hole goes top to bottom this way. So there's the hole there. And it says those are my favorite colors. I like hearts too. FN21, $14 only. Super cute. Lampwork glass fish with the wavy beads with the large strand, 22-inch strand of crystal. Only $14 for the whole thing. That's worth it right there. For sure. Look at this. Look at this tiny little bag that's in. Tiny little bag. I'm gonna try and put it back in there because I want it protected from everything else. FN21 still available. Yeah, y'all want stuff. Start calling it out. Let us know. It helps.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, as you can see, this is all stuff from the office that Andrew's been pulling. We've got a wide variety. Random this, random that. All right, let's go back into the review again. FN14s still available. While Andrew pulls more new things. FN14 are these bags of the glass letters. These are not plastic like you see nowadays. These are vintage, probably antique at this point, glass letter beads in blues, clears, pinks, and blacks. And you get the whole bag for $10. Andrew marked the price down. It was $12 tonight, and then he said, let's go even lower. So $10 for the bag. And there are 3 bags available if anybody wants one. FN14. They're a cool thing. So, and FN15, still can't believe this one hasn't sold. This is the S-word crystal pendant. Beautiful pendant with the lovely, lovely strand of vintage peacock pearls. That, what do they call the satin peacock pearl? The satin pearl? What did you say? Silk.
That's the color.
Oh, that's not the color.
Huh?
This is not the color.
Wait, what?
These ones.
Oh, no, that's not.
No, that's a peacock pearl in a satin finish. Beautiful strand of pearls. And that's a full vintage strand. That's a 16-inch strand. And then you get the vintage check glass pentagon-shaped tubes. And then you're going to get the crystal drops. Very pointy, very nice crystal drops. And you get the Allegory Gallery fine pewter toggle in antique gold. And then these little leafy beads in antique gold as well. FN 15, one available. Then it says, I second the hearts like Anna. I need clear, pink, white, black, red. Anna's saying Valentine colors. Looking for Valentine color hearts now? Valentine's Day is back. All right. This is FN 22. Andrew's giving you some of what you asked for, some of it. So we're going to start with the Venetian hollow formed red glass beads. Red glass beads, Venetian hollow form. Don't those look like candy? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Then you get these little strawberry like, they're dimpled check glass strand. They look like strawberries to me. But you get the dimpled check glass strand, beautiful red, and these are 9.3 by about 11 millimeters. And that strand is just about an 8-inch strand. It's about 7.5-inch strand. And then you get these seeing eye, these eye of power beads. What is that called? Isn't there a name for that? The eye on the triangle. Anyway, they've all got an eye. Can you see it? Hopefully you can see it there. And those are about 7.3 by 6 millimeters. So you get those. This is really an eclectic mix. All of these strands I know we've tried to sell separately before, or have sold separately before. This is putting them together for $14. That's a really good deal. And these cubes, these rounded cubes at 5.6, about 5.5 millimeter cubes. So there you go, $14. These, like I said, these are about $6 each, normally, at least. Then this strand is about $6 to $8. This is about 8 to 10, or even 12, vintage check. Same on that one. Eye of Providence, thank you, Lennis. I knew somebody out there would know. And it has sold. Thank you so much. That's a good kit. Okay. And there's got another one here ready for me. FN 23. So let's see what we got here. These are vintage plastic beads. Vintage plastic. These beautiful carnelian color with the gold. And you get those. Then what are these? These ceramic? The daggers? Ceramic? Aren't those cool? So you get those ceramic daggers. You get 4 of those. And those are big. Those are long. Those are about 1.25 inches. 1.25 inches, and widthwise, they're about 3 millimeters. And then, what's the green stone?
Dragon blood.
Dragon blood. Dragon blood jasper. You get the donut. You get the drop. Those are really excellent stones. You can get the ovals in multiple sizes. Get 3 of the ovals in the smaller size, and then you get the coins. And then the rounded rectangles. And then you get this beautiful carnelian strand. This strand, y'all, you know that's worth more than that kit.
Kind of hope that doesn't sell.
These are nice. The simple cut.
Because I love those.
The simple cut carnelian. So that whole kit, $18 only. FN23, $18 only. This strand here is worth well more than that. If you're a carnelian fan, even if you're not, those are just beautiful stones. Check that out. Stunning. Stunning, stunning, stunning. Stunningly beautiful. All right. This brought me another one. This one is still available, FN23. Andrew might be happy about that.
It's really some carnelian.
I know, those are nice.
And the little ceramic metallic-y daggers.
Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, that carnelian we would sell for about, that's about $6 when we do our loose gemstones. That's probably a $6 to $8 stone each one of those. So it's a good deal, everybody. I'm not going to push it though, because I can sell those individually. All right.
Is that turquoise and coral one we had?
18. Wow. Okay. So this one starts out with blue hand-blown Venetian rounds, hollow formed. So you get 3 of those. $10. That's it right there. About 14 millimeters. That's the kit right there. $10 for 3 of those beads. But no, Andrew's giving you much, much more. He's giving you these little cute puppy charms. Look at how cute those are. They look like little cartoon character puppies. So you get those. Super dang cute. And then you get the enameled pendants or charms, and you get 3 pairs, 3 different size pairs of the enameled charms. So 1, 2, 3, and then you get these citrine nuggets, and these are beads. Holes go that way on that one, for example. Citrine nugget beads. And then This is, I think these are ceramic. Are these ceramic or glass, the blues?
Black.
Glass. Glass beads. And these smooth rondelles. 6mm. 24. This one just sold. Thank you so much. For $10, for sure that one should sell. Those cute little puppies, who can resist? I'm not even a dog person. I mean, I like dogs, okay, but those are super dang cute. Like, who's gonna have those? Those vintage charms. Super cute. And like I said, those Venetian glass, that's the whole kit. That should have been the price of the kit right there. Thank you for grabbing that. Charlie says, I was summoned. She heard you ask about that. It's coming up, Charlie. The summoning.
You know, those blue ones might be plastic.
Plastic.
But they're very kind of irregular, so that's what threw me.
They sound like glass. That's why I thought they were ceramic, because they're irregular. Look at this kit, everybody. Somebody wanted another one of these. They missed out on the first one. It's similar, but different. So you get, he found another strand of this beautiful coral. Excuse me. These ones I think are a little bit, just a tiny bit shorter than the other one. These coral. But this is vintage coral. So you get that strand. And that, being a vintage strand, of course, is a 16-inch strand of coral. Then you get these shell. Oh, 25 just sold already. Let me go through and show you what you got. You get these shell. Thank you so much. And then you get this big chunk of turquoise, and it's drilled this way. So it's drilled like that, top to bottom. But a beautiful chunk of turquoise. And then these, which we're debating, these are the vintage seed beads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are the vintage glass seed beads. You get a strand of those, and you get a strand of those red cubes that we saw a little bit earlier too. FN25 sold out. Thank you so much. Oh, somebody wanted green Venetian glass? Coming up. Andrew's really finding it all for you. FN26. This barely fits in the bag, and it's only $14. Look at all this. Look at all this heat packed in here. Holy moly. So the green, it's green and blue. Look at that. Green and blue. It's got the green stripes, but the blue glass. Vintage Venetian hand-blown hollow form glass beads. Blue glass, green stripes. And then you get this bag of these foil beads. Glass foil beads. I've never seen these. These are so cool. These are about 12mm by 20.5, so 20.5mm. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Lucky number 13 of those. And then there's this little metal charm slash connector. Kimberly says Mardi Gras vibes, right? For sure, for sure. FN26, you get that little charm connector. Then you have these are the glass beads in purple. And then you get this very long, no, you get two of them, that's why. You get two strands.
Oh, it's supposed to only be one.
Oh, only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops.
So you get one strand, That's still enough. One strand of the green vintage seed beads. These are those the white hearts. The white heart vintage seed beads. FN26, and that has sold. Thank you so much. Ooh, careful. That was for these. How's everyone doing? Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been fun hanging out with y'all tonight. I didn't get to see many people today. I saw our neighbor. That was about it. No, I did see people in class today, though. But I get so in my zone that sometimes I feel like I don't see people. We all kind of do that, but we were chit-chatting today. But I did some trimming on my pots today and some glazing. And I picked a new glaze combination I've never used before, so I'm super excited to see how it comes out. It's a beautiful yellow and blue and a smoky effect. So we'll see if it actually works out or if it turns into one glob of who knows what. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. He's just giving you all the red heart Venetian. He put them all in one kit for only $14. Look at that. Venetian hand-blown vintage hollow formed glass beads. So you get those 4 heart-shaped beads. And then you get a strand of the vintage coral. Julie asked, did the carnelian one sell? 23, FN23 has not sold yet. No, Julie. It's FN23 if you're interested in that exceptional deal. You know. I know you know.
She knows.
She knows.
That's that song.
She knows.
You don't think I know about TikTok things?
The TikTok things, the pop culture. And then this is, what is this? Is this an agate?
That's alabaster.
Alabaster.
You know, like those owls and eggs and stuff.
Oh, you don't see that around.
You did used to.
Yeah, you don't see it much anymore. So alabaster with FN27 with the coral and the red Venetian vintage glass heart beads, hollow form. Only $14, FN27, still available. Still available. Charlie was saying that other one's giving Mardi Gras and the mask vibes. Julie says, could I please see it again whenever? Yes, I'll show it to you right now. I'll show you that one real quick. Okay, 27, still available, hasn't sold. Very surprised. All right, here's FN23 again. Here's that piece you're probably really looking for, but there's a lot of good stuff in this kit. So this is the carnelian strand. Look at that banded carnelian. Simple cut, large. Let me give you a size approximate. I'll just grab this one. It looks like a middle size. 15.5 millimeters by about 30 millimeters. That alone, like I said, we would sell these probably for at least $5 to $8, somewhere in there, depending on how good of a deal we're giving you per stone. And then you get the vintage plastic, that beautiful orange color. You get the ceramic daggers. These are made out of ceramic. Get those. And then the dragon blood jasper in all the different shapes. Hold them up here closer. So there you go. Dragon's blood jasper. Beautiful stones. Wonderful pattern. Those are also vintage stones. $18. FN 23. All right. Oops, sorry. Michelle says, so the bed is showing up tomorrow. We are eating Mexican food tonight. I know. We still haven't gotten our Mexican yet. All right. Next one. I don't know. The last like 3 nights, everybody's been eating Mexican food. It's been making me hungry for it. They keep talking about doing it, and then we haven't done it. So, FN 28. Are these vintage Venetian hollow form rounds in this brown and white and clear? Super cool. Oh, 23 just sold. Thank you so much. This is FN 28. And then you get this bicolor. It's green, blue, and amber. Check glass. Vintage, of course. I don't see that nowadays. Beautiful. And these are 10 millimeters by 13.5 millimeters. FN 28. And you get these vintage plastic donuts. Love these. They look like amber donuts, but they're vintage plastic. And then you get this whole little bag of these feather charms, these metal feather charms. I think these are copper feather charms, or at least copper plated. And tiny little ones, and you get all of those. And it's only $14 for the whole kit. $14. FN 28. All right. Whoa. Feather down. Okay, everybody. There we go. And remember, if you have any questions about the beads, feel free to ask. If you want to know anything, I don't know if I did the size on these. These are approximately 18.5 millimeters for those. Who's joining us for the Creative Make-Along? Did Andrew talk about the Creative Make-Along today? No? No? So the Creative Make-Along is this Friday, and it's from 7:30 until 9:30 Eastern Time, and we'll get together on Zoom and hang out and make stuff together. Kimberly says, I am planning to be there. Awesome, thank you. We look forward to hanging out. It's a really fun time, I think. I enjoy it a lot. We all try and make something. Oh, Charlie says, those look like lifesaver candies. Don't eat the beads. Oh, did we just sell 28? 28 just sold. Where did I put it? 28, move it over here. Thank you so much. Yeah, Zoom is a lot of fun to get on with our friends and hang out. Wow, this is a mega kit. Lena says, if I feel okay, I will. I had a bad reaction to the pneumonia vaccine. Not a great week for me. I'm sorry. That's no good. That's no good at all. So these, are these black? Are these little tiny, look at those. Those are glass, right? Glass?
I can't. Yeah.
Vintage glass. Little tiny, I don't know, I'm trying to see, they're hard to see how many sides there are on there. They're at least one, two, I think they're hexagons. Hexagons. Yeah, hopefully you feel better soon, Lennis, and you'll be able to join us. And this is a 12-inch strand times 4. So 48-inch strand of the vintage glass hexagon, little kind of shard-like, little miscellaneous sizes, which is really cool. And I think this would make a cool, piece for a bracelet. I think that would be awesome. Paired with some other stuff, maybe with some of the stuff we've got in here. Andrew's put in here. You get this strand. Andrew's diving into more of his vintage stuff. Look at those. Are these wood?
Hmm?
These ones, what are these ones?
This is all kinds of stuff.
I was going to say, this is stone. This almost looks like wood up here, or bone. Stones. And, whoa. All these head pins. You get a whole bag of these granulated head pins.
I love those.
Aren't they cool? So you get those. Then you get the cloisonne.
Those are expensive.
Yeah. These, I think we sold them for $10 to $12 a piece in this size.
They were $12.
$12 each.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. $12 each. That's the price of the kit. And we've sold a number of those in the past. So there you go. That's the $24 kit right there. And then this is a sea coupe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sea coupe enamel.
From Duluth, Minnesota.
From Duluth, Minnesota. So you get that.
She said it's her chicken farm, or chicken coop, sea coop. And then she showed me a picture of her chicken coop. It was more fancy than her house.
And I thought these were glass, but I think, are these stone? I don't know. There's a kind of murky grayish one in there. I feel like these are these. There's my phone. Get the light shining bright. I don't know. These are really cool. They might be glass. That one's tricking me. But they're a deep black and looks like a red. They're really pretty. And then, what is this? Look at this little tube. Gutermann. These are pyramid beads, 6 millimeter. Let's see if I can get them out of here. He's like, maybe not. I'll leave that up to you if you grab them. They're in the nice. They're nice. They're in the vintage tube. I don't want to break the tube before we send it out into the world, but there it is. So that is that whole kit, $24. Like I said, we have sold these many times for $12 each. And that's the price. That's the kit right there. Everything else is just an added bonus at that point.
Gravy.
Gravy. And that one has sold. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Some people like those big beads, right? I love these. I think they're so pretty. These cloisonne beads. FN29. Oh, that one tried to sell twice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, FN30. Only $18. More of this Venetian. Wow. So here's another one of these. We'll see if these ones sell. The other ones haven't yet. I'm surprised. The red hearts didn't sell, of all things. So let's try these. Charlie says, oh, a bag of licorice flavored beads. Those head pins are neat. What?
You just spilled a thing of head pins everywhere.
Oh no. Hate when that happens. And it happens a lot to me if I have head pins out. FN30. These are these hollow form vintage Venetian beads. You get 2 of those. And those are approximately 19.5 millimeters. Whoops, forgot that. That goes in that other kit. And says, thanks, Anna and William. It'll be fine. I'll at least watch if I look too bad to see. We don't care how you look. Come in as you are. We always say that. We want people to feel comfortable. And then you get these large, very large glass beads. Look at these. Look at those. Super flat, large coins. I've never seen them this big. We've had these where they're smaller. These are really big. We've never had them for the store anyway. 27? 27.9, so about 28. Kimberly said those are large and in charge, right? I've seen them in the smaller sizes, but I don't see them done modernly in this large size. 2, 4, 6, 7 of them. And then you're getting this enameled leaf pendant. There's the bail. So this is a artisan enameled leaf pendant. Look at that beautiful color in the enamel. You get that. And this very large crystal strand. This is a 22-inch strand crystal. And that is FN30. And it has just sold. Thank you so much. Some cool stuff Andrew's pulling out here at the end. And our numbers are going up. We have 14 people watching. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Surprise.
I know. That's been happening. Later in the evening, the numbers start going up. So we need to do like midnight shows. Oh, yeah, I had to do, we only have 23 minutes for Duolingo. I'm going to have to use a freeze again tonight, looks like.
Boy, nah. Not on my phone. It's going to get cut off.
It's going to get cut off. You better hurry with some more lots then.
Better hurry then. The backlog.
He says. You're going to have to use a freeze. Nuh-uh.
Get to showing and stop talking.
I didn't think I was talking enough. Look at all these. Look, Andrew's just throwing them all in there now.
Just go ahead.
Look how many. 6 hollow form vintage Venetian beads.
And I think that's it. from me.
That's all the vintage Venetian.
I think from here.
From here, yeah, we've got some in the store too. 6 of them. Normally, like I said, in the store we sell these for $6 each. So you know, whoa. Hopefully that one didn't. Where'd you go? Well, I'll find it. Well, I want to
keep showing.
That's what I want to do. That's why.
Keep showing. I look.
Oh my! Keep showing. Keep showing. Keep showing. Thank you. And then you get these. These are beautiful. I don't know what kind of glass this is, but these are beautiful glass beads. That blue streak through them. So you get those. You get the mother of pearl beads. Oops, with the cat hair. We'll remove that cat hair for you. Mother of pearl beads. Givre, yes. Thank you, Linus. That's right. That is what they're called. I always forget that.
Those are fancy.
Yes, they are. And then you get this beautiful, flashy strand of crystal. Oh, 31 sold. I can keep moving. Let me just show you these. You're also going to get these. There you go. Thank you so much. I think somebody probably bought them for that Venetian glass alone. I would. I'd buy that for the store and resell it at that price.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. He says keep moving.
He's going to talk about the store. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Anna says, I want the cat hair in my kit. We can throw in some cat hair.
How much you want?
Barnaby will donate.
They're shedding like crazy.
I know they are. That's why there's so much around here. Even though they're not in this room. It's on everything. What was that? There it is. I think that was it. Is that in that kit?
No.
Oh, there it is. Vintage Chinese ceramic. LOL, mine are shedding too. My favorite color blue, says Anna. So look at these. Vintage Chinese ceramic. Again, these little cloisonne beads. This time the small cloisonne beads. 12 millimeters. Then you get this whole bag of crystals and pearls. Glass pearls. You get a whole bag of those. So those are really beautiful. And then this is the big one on here that's kicking up that price, are these lampwork glass flowers and leaves. This strand alone is like a $36 strand. Probably more, actually. That 36, 38 probably was your price for the live show at one point. Plummy goodnesses, Anna. Those are plummy goodnesses. And then you throw in this one with these hints of the plum and the pink and lots of beautiful colors in those. That strand alone is, you're saving on that strand just by buying it in this kit. FN 32. All right. FN 33. I just saw Andrew come over and add even more to this kit without changing the price. He just keeps adding things and adding things.
Find stuff and I think it would be friends.
Be friends. Yeah. So these start out with these vintage Chinese ceramic, these little birds. I love these. I love these. So you get those. You get this large.
They're birds of a feather. They
birds of a
together.
feather, right? This large vintage Chinese ceramic.
Where did this come from?
Down on the floor. I found it while I was looking for that other one. What even is this?
Glass.
It's glass?
Mm-hmm. You're never going to see that again.
No, you're never going to see that again. Vintage glass. Look at that old twine strand it's on. That is so cool. So you get that strand. You get this stone. Glass moons, says Kimberly. They do look like moon craters, right? And then you get all of these. Oh, there's another one of those. I missed it. So you get 3 of the little birds. Then you get more, it looks like the dragon's blood. Beautiful stone beads. And this is like faux white coral, right? And then these are wooden beads. These little triangles. And then, but wait, there's more. All this for $14. Then this looks like a stone or ceramic. It's kind of like ceramic, right? Yeah. And then you also get this. Kimberly says that looks more like Mexican crazy lace than dragon blood. It might be. There's not much green in it. You're right.
Brachiated jasper.
Brachiated?
Yeah.
Brachiated jasper, Andrew says.
I think.
He thinks.
Not dragon's blood.
Not dragon's blood. And then you get that. So that's 33 and it has sold out. Thank you so much. All right. Kimberly says that is gorgeous. Yes, it is. That is a gorgeous kit. That is gorgeous stone. And it has sold. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, FN 34 coming up. FN 34 coming up. How cute is this? Oh, look at that large coral. Beautiful. The hole goes this way, side to side. That's a beautiful vintage coral pendant. One of those in there. We have this bead here. This looks like glass to me. Is that glass?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Old glass. And then you get this vintage plastic, this kind of starry bead. Kimberly says, we have a red witch finger coral piece. So fun. Yeah, right? And then this is check glass. Tiny, tiny check glass. Dale says, just tuning in from work, checked earlier and no one there. Y'all are up late. We've been here since 7:30.
7:45.
Oh, 7:45. Andrew got a late start.
I had to shave my head.
Oh, yeah.
And the battery went dead.
Oh, great.
And it's halfway done. And it's still, I keep feeling, and there's still
stuff. So we were a little late, I guess.
What time is it?
It is 11:47.
All right.
And then
what number is that?
This is 34, and 34 has sold. You get those leaf beads too. Thank you so much.
Because I don't like to escape to the danger.
The danger Duolingo.
Mm-hmm.
I used a freeze yesterday.
I don't like to do that. So.
34. This is 35 coming up. Whoo, this is a big one. This is a big one. Let me just dump it all out first. Whoa. These little pieces parts.
Those are from Ava.
So these are a little more expensive. These are the vintage Italian, generally.
Mm-hmm.
Vintage Italian beads from Ava Motherwell. If you know, you know. That's usually like $18 easily for those. So you get all of those, and then you get, whoops, there's another one. And you get this gigantic 1 strand? Is that, or is that the whole hank? That's 3 strands.
No, it's one. All connected. It's a necklace.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Flapper style necklace.
Flapper style necklace.
Somebody wanted that so bad, and I finally felt generous in my heart to do it.
I don't know if they're watching tonight, but here it is.
I think it was either Mary Jane.
Yeah, Mary Jane was. I finally, because she hasn't been tuning in for a little bit, she was visiting family.
Or
so she's okay.
Jermaine, or
but
maybe both. There's
this gigantic 3-strand glass necklace. I'm not going to try and measure it because it's gigantic, but it's made out of all of these kind of shifted cubes, so I'm going to call them, and it is giant. Let me get it where I can actually show you. There it is. So that's FN35. Again, you get this stuff from Ava Motherwell.
She's our friend.
She is our friend. We like her. She's good people. And so you get these and these and these from Ava, and then the glass beads. These for sure are worth the kit. Oh, there's one hiding under the paper. There you go. They keep multiplying. FN35. One available.
Yeah, that necklace should be probably about 32.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Yep. And 35 has just sold.
Thank
you so much. FN36. Ooh. When Andrew puts the price on a night like this up to 32, you know it's a good bag. So you're going to get the stick coral strand, graduated stick coral strand. That itself, that's probably worth 32. You're going to get this little, what is this?
That's a closure.
Is it a closure?
For an old necklace.
Old necklace closure. Oh, I see. It would go around like that, huh? Yeah. So kind of like a button closure, vintage style. Beautiful. And then you get this strand of lovely freshwater. Look at the colors on that strand of pearl. I can see the colors right there. Vintage freshwater pearls. Long, these stick pearls. So that strand that's about a 15-inch strand. We'll say 15-inch strand on that. And then, is this turquoise?
Mm-hmm.
Holy moly. Really? Wow. Look at that. That is nice.
That probably should be about 60.
I was gonna say I was like, is that real? Because for that price, that's not fake. That's real. That's the real deal. That is a stunning piece of turquoise for $32 with everything else. This by itself, like Andrew said, should probably be a $60, $70 piece of turquoise for the pendant. hole goes through the top. Look at those metallics in there, those golden colors. And that, I'm going to do that in inches. That is a 2 by 1.5 inch pendant, FN 36. You get all of that for only $32. FN 36. That might be the deal of the week right there, to be 100% honest. That's amazing. FN 36. You've got 7 minutes, Andrew.
I think that, what number is that?
That was 36. Can you handle ending on 36?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it, my friends.
That's a good one to end on.
That's a good one to end on. If there's anyone to end on, that for sure is a good one to end on.
I can probably do another of this tomorrow, maybe, if y'all like this flavor.
I like this. This is nice.
If people like.
If you like this and want more tomorrow, let us know. But we've got to run to do our Duolingo before midnight.
Let's go.
So,
bye.
all right.
See ya.
See you, everybody. Have a great evening. Thank you.